on the scene. He was frantic. He parked. He got out of his vehicle. He ran across the street to the reunification site here at this health clinic, but then he quickly realized he forgot his cell phone. He ran back to his car to get it. I asked him how he's feeling. He said he's absolutely terrified right now. He said that he can't think. He can't find the words to describe how he's feeling right now. And I got to imagine a lot of these parents who are showing up here feel exactly the same way. It is frantic. It is chaotic. These parents have little to no information at this time. And as we said, it's going to be a long time probably before they're going to be able to be reunited with their children. He said, that gentleman I just spoke with said he's got 2 children who attend Abundant Life Christian School just up the street here. He is just now arriving back across the street at the health clinic, hoping to find just any information about what is going on inside that school just up the road. You know, these parents just dropped off their children just a few short hours ago, just like any other day on a Monday morning, dropping them off and then expecting to pick them up at the end of the day and have a nice family dinner at the end of the day. But today is certainly different. It's absolutely heartbreaking to see these parents just have no information at this time and just trying to figure out exactly what to do next. They can't really put their thoughts into words. As that gentleman told me, he was just trying to figure out, I got to get over there. I got to reconnect with my wife. And hopefully she has a little more information, he told me as well. So this is going to be a common theme playing out today, where parents are showing up on the scene one by one, rushing across the street, trying to figure out exactly if they can get any information from that health clinic, which is closed now to patients, but is open, again, for parents who are looking for information and looking to reconnect with their children. Reporting live here from the east side. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio. I'm going to try to talk to some more parents in the meantime. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly. So I've seen a couple parents around, and one, like I said, one is talking. I'm not seeing
Yeah, we're right here. There's a 12-15 cut there.
talking. I've seen lots of cars and
Okay, I'll tell Claire. Pressure at 12-15 right here. I'm not wrong. Oh, I'm doing drug stuff. Okay. Plug the light over for you. Okay. You hear that? Press conference at 12:15. Press conference at 12:15. Oh yeah. You gotta call me back in, by the way, because I had to take a call from Toby. Sorry. Here's some parents too. Excuse me, are you guys parents by chance?
my brother works there.
Your brother works there?
I did.
What? Can I talk to you real quick about what he said?
I would rather not be on camera.
I can just do your voice if that's okay.
I'd rather not, if that's okay.
Okay, I understand. Yeah. How about you?
But there's really not much information that we've received yet.
What did he tell you?
There's a girl, not sure the age, where it's like an open fire incident.
I didn't think about that. Okay. In the library. Okay. Yeah, sure. I understand. And you're there? That's it? Okay.
My brother and sister both do that.
Okay. All right, thank you. They're okay? Brother and sister? Okay, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Did he say anything about anybody's hurt or anything?
They're not releasing any information he's gonna sit? Because I want to
I
get
don't know,
permit for
probably
that.
back here somewhere, I would think. So we can all kind of gather around.
Can you text and chat that we're waiting and they need to take us when he goes?
Yeah. It's colder than I thought.
Yeah, I wish I would have grabbed my coat.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, no press conference right now. Just I'm ready. What? Yeah. Okay.
There's several down this way, a couple just kind of block it. Looks like we're starting to block this area off down here as well. There's people just again trying to keep everybody who is here, trying to unify with their loved ones safe. We're just trying to, I think they're just trying to evaluate the situation at hand.
Hey Phoebe, yeah, I just spoke with a woman who has a brother and a sister who are both teachers at Abundant Life Christian School, and she says that her brother told her, again, this not confirmed by police, that someone opened fire, a student, inside the library. So we're still trying to figure out if that information is valid. We're going to be speaking with police here, hopefully in the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. But again, this is the reunification spot just across the street from the Quick Trip here at Buckeye Road and Stoughton Road. This is where parents are being told to go to meet up with their students, although that might take quite some time to get everyone accounted for and get everyone sent over here. But as you can see, lots of emergency vehicles at this SSM Health Clinic as parents frantically show up. I spoke with one parent who told me that they were feeling terrified at the moment. They didn't know what to think. They were at a loss for words, and he was just trying to rush over to get there as quickly as he could to get any information at all that he could get about his students' well-being right now. But again, parents experiencing their absolute worst day of their lives probably right now as they try to figure out exactly what's happening here. We've been told that there was going to be a press conference here at this media staging area at about 12:15, which is obviously any minute now. So we're still waiting on that, and hopefully that we can get some basic information from police as far as what is happening. But what you're looking at right now is you're looking at this health clinic just about a mile or so down the road from Abundant Life Christian School. Lots of police officers, lots of paramedics. There's a fire truck in the parking lot, as well as parents continue to file into the lobby there of this health clinic looking for any kind of answers. Police originally told us to come here as the media staging area to this health clinic. We parked in that parking lot, and then when they saw we had a camera, they told us that the media staging area is going to be at the Quick Trip, and they were hoping that parents were going to come here. I ran into a few parents who just didn't want to talk. Obviously, they are going through a lot right now, and they are just trying to show up and just figure out any information about their loved ones up the street here at the Abundant Life Christian School. So we're going to stay here on the scene, hopefully speak with Madison Police here very shortly. I saw the public information officer. She is on scene. She's usually the one who disseminates information to the media, which then we give out to you. So hopefully we can speak with her in just a moment here, and we'll carry that press conference live as soon as that happens. But again, hopefully that happens any minute now. But reporting from the east side here, I'm Tim Elliott for 15 News. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, so if you guys can hear,
Yeah.
Chief is about to come out.
Okay.
When we have questions at the end. Not a lot we can share at this time, but we're going to have Dylan point to every outlet. We'll be able to ask one question. That way everyone's not talking over one another.
Very good. Thanks, Travis.
Yep.
Yep.
You guys hear that? Yeah. So when Chief comes out here,
Information to the media, which then we give out to you. So hopefully we can speak with her in just a moment here, and we'll carry that press conference live as soon as that happens. But again, hopefully that happens any minute now. But reporting from the east side here, I'm Tim Elliott for 15 News. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Tim, thank you. And once Chief Barnes from Madison Police begins that press conference, as Tim said, we will bring it to you live. But if you're just joining us, we've been on the air for about 45 minutes now with the information that we know so far. So just to walk you through what has happened in the last hour, that call came in around 10:57, so just before 11 this morning, for reports of a school shooting at Abundant Life Christian School that's on 4901 East Buckeye Road. And this is where there's a K-12 school, a private school, Christian school, and we know there is a significant police law enforcement presence on scene right now, trying to understand what happened, do the investigation, account for all of the students. We know multiple injuries. We do not know just how many people were hurt or if there were any fatalities at this point.
And 200 families here attend that school. That's what we know roughly. It is a K-12 private school, again, on East Buckeye Road. As Gabriella mentioned, multiple injuries have been confirmed. We don't know the extent of them, how many. As Tim and Elizabeth have been filling us in live here from the scene, we do want to check back in with our Elizabeth Wattis, who is just across from the school there. You've been speaking with parents and neighbors. What are you hearing, Elizabeth?
Just a small update, Phoebe and Gabriella. We've noticed in the past few minutes that we know that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the ATF, it is a federal bureau. They are on scene right now. We saw them. I'm going to move out of the way. There's a black truck in that parking lot. We saw them getting equipment out and taking it to the scene. So, again, the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms on scene here at Abundant Life Christian School, starting their investigation into what happened, this shooting here in Madison. So we will keep you updated, but still just filled with law enforcement here on scene. It seems like the ATF was going to the church next door. I have not seen any go to the school, but we do know they are on scene right now. Reporting live in Madison, Elizabeth Wattis, WMTV 15 News.
Alrighty, Elizabeth, thank you. And more on that City Church Madison that Elizabeth was just speaking to a little bit earlier in her reporting. She was mentioning how neighbors and people that she had spoken with were watching students be ushered out of the school kind of in droves throughout the morning while this was all unfolding, being taken to that church. So again, we know roughly 200 families attend that school, but Elizabeth mentioned that students were coming out of those classroom doors about 40 ahead there.
And many of those students are unable to speak with their parents right now and let them know that they are okay. So this is part of a painstaking wait for moms and dads out there, because this perimeter, this school K-12, it's a fairly large school and with many different grade levels. There's a football field. The campus is fairly large. And so, this is where they have to secure that perimeter, investigate as much as they can, account for all of the students, for all of the staff, for all of the teachers. So let's now go to our Tim Elliott, who is standing by where a media press conference is set to begin momentarily. Tim?
Well, we will try
Expected to
and...
come out here any minute now. We're still waiting on him. We were told about 12:15 he'd be coming out, but we're just waiting a couple more minutes, it seems like, for Chief Barnes to give the media a briefing here. We have media from really all over the state, it seems, covering this shooting that just took place right up the road here, just a mile or so. And as the parents here are still showing up, going to the parking lot at the Dean Health Clinic or the SSM Health Clinic across the street, trying to reunite with their students, which we know will be a lengthy process as they try to account for all the students who are at that school. But again, we're still waiting on Chief Sean Barnes from the Madison Police Department to be out here. He should be out here any minute, and of course, we'll bring you that press conference live as soon as he steps out here. But he's been briefed inside the quick trip, I've been told, and he should be out here any minute. So as soon as that happens, we will bring it to you live. But for now, we'll send it back to you, Gabriella and Phoebe.
And we did just hear from Governor Tony Evers, who has issued a statement saying, quote, "I am closely monitoring the incident at Abundant Life Christian School in Madison. We are praying for the kids, the educators, and the entire Abundant Life school community as we wait for more information." The governor going on to thank first responders who are working quickly to respond to this incident. So this is something, you know, that we're receiving now. Lawmakers from the governor. We've heard from Congressman Mark Pocan, Senator Ron Johnson, and across the country. This is making national headlines because this is yet another tragedy at a school, another school shooting. And so we will hopefully learn more information from Madison Police about just how many people were hurt in this and more on the investigation. Let's go now to our Elizabeth Wattis, who is speaking with someone right now. Elizabeth, what can you share with us?
Yeah, Gabrielle, I want to introduce you to a neighbor, John Diaz de Leon. John, thank you so much for being here. You've been on the scene before we got here.
Yep.
Take me through kind of what brings you here today and take me through what you saw and heard.
Well, what I heard was ambulance, squad car, fire engine, and I thought they were on 51. But I went to the internet and looked up the scanners, and the scanners said they were doing triage at City Church parking lot, and I went, oh, what's going on at church? Because this is where I go to church, and my kids went to school here at ALCS. So I came down, and I never saw so many squad cars. I didn't know there were that many squad cars in Madison as they came to support the kids. We saw a few guys with long guns. They went in the school with a dog. And then later on, a little later on, I saw groups of kids coming out of the school in groups into the church sanctuary, probably as they were in lockdown and clearing the building and slowly taking out the kids bit by bit by bit.
You go to church here,
Yes,
your
ma'am.
family went here.
Yes.
You've been on scene. It's been really, really emotional and scary. I mean, how are you feeling right now?
I would have never thought it would have happened in Madison, let alone at our school here, ALCS. So it's shocking. It's a strange world we live in.
How do you go forward with your church and your faith? I've heard some parents say that they're praying, you know, and they trust in God. And what's keeping you here today, you know, and getting through this?
I've got terminal cancer, so I'm ready to go. I've got terminal prostate cancer. We don't know when God's going to call us. He may call us today. He may call us tomorrow, a year from now. Don't know. So one needs to be ready because, as some people learned, it can happen in a moment.
What are you going to be praying for tonight?
For the kids that are still alive and shot, for their best outcome. I mean, the tragedy of all what the other kids have seen, the kids saw this and heard this. I mean, right before Christmas, how tough is that to live? And the parents, where are my kids? Maybe they still don't know if their kid has survived. How tragic can that be? I feel for the, I mean, if that were my kids, it would be hard. It would, I mean, I can't think of anything harder.
Thank you so much, John. And we're thinking of you and your church and your community today.
The kids that go to ALCS aren't just from from City Church. They're from churches, and some of them don't go to churches, but they're from all over the city. So this is a community event, tragic event.
Thank you so much, John. And like Tim said, we'll be hearing from Chief Barnes any minute now to get these parents and neighbors the updates and answers that they need right now. But for now, reporting live in Madison, Elizabeth Wattis, WMTV 15 News.
Elizabeth, thank you. She spoke with a man named John who said his kids at one point attended that school. He goes to that church where there are students right now waiting to be reunited with their parents. And you can hear the emotion in his voice, something that he never imagined that would happen here in Madison. Let's turn it now to Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes, who will be giving us an update.
Yeah, we see the chief just getting out of his vehicle right now and making his way over. We just saw him get out of a black SUV over there, so we're just waiting for him to step on over here and brief the media. Obviously, a lot of information, a lot of moving parts happening right now, so we're waiting on the chief. He's getting some last second information as he walks over here. If you want to point over there a little bit and show Chief walking up here with his fellow officers.
Usually this is where I start and I say thank you for coming and talk about how important the media is to our community. But the truth is today is a sad, sad day, not only for Madison, but for our entire country. We're yet another police chief press conference to speak about violence in our community, specifically in one of the places that's most sacred to me as someone who loves education and to someone who has children that are in schools. So I'm gonna tell you what I know. I'll answer any questions that I can. There'll be a secondary briefing that our PIO will let you know about, okay? Today, around 10:57 a.m., our officers were responding to a call of an active shooter at the Abundant Life Christian School here in Madison. When officers arrived, they found multiple victims suffering from gunshot wounds. We train on this almost quarterly. The last time we trained on this as commanders was approximately 2 weeks ago. The protocols are simple. Stop the killing, stop the dying, find out who's doing this. And the officers did that, and they did that adamantly. We had officers from around the county and around the state that came in support of this particular incident. Officers located a juvenile who they believe was responsible for this deceased in the building. Additionally, the officers began administering life-saving efforts to anyone who was wounded and making sure that those persons were transported. What we know is that a total of about 7 persons were transported from this scene to area hospitals for treatment. We know that at least 3 people have lost their lives, including a juvenile person. I don't have any other information about those persons who have lost their lives, and I'm not going to release that until we have, of course, spoken with family members and ensuring that they are fully aware of this tragic, tragic scene that occurred today. I want to thank all of the law enforcement partners and community members that came out to help. Our friends at the ATF. I've gotten calls from my friends at the FBI, the State Patrol, the Sheriff's Office, Monona Police Department, our fire department. It goes on and on and on. Because this is something that we all prepare for, but we hope we never have to do. As you can see, we have a Reunification Center that was immediately set up where parents and guardians and loved ones and grandparents wanted to get information about their loved ones, and we wanted to make sure that they were unified immediately. So we were doing more than one thing at one time. We're still going through methodically clearing that school, clearing every vehicle, and making certain that there's no other threats to this community, which we believe there are none. We immediately alerted our mayor's office, and I've been on the phone with her and her office constantly. We also alerted Madison schools. We put the schools on lockdown, but there's no threats to MMSD schools at this time. But we wanted to make sure that we did our due diligence in this particular case. Again, we're still going through collecting evidence, collecting information, making sure that our community is safe from what is a sad day for our community and for our country. And we have to do a little bit better. I don't have all the answers that you want right now, but I will tell you this. We have some of the best officers in the entire country. Our detectives are amazing. We're going to go and work hard and go through this scene so that we can piece together what exactly happened. Again, there'll be another briefing in about 2 hours, and if I have additional information, I will certainly let you know what that information is. Again, around 10:57 a.m., officers responded to an active shooter. They responded per our protocol. They found the person who they believe was responsible, who was down, deceased. We know that it's juvenile. We know that there are other persons who have lost their lives. We know that we've transported about people after giving them life-saving measures. It's important to notice, too, that about 3 miles from here is our training center. Today, our special event team medics were in training. And so they got to practice in real time. They left the training center immediately and came down here and doing in real time what they were actually practicing for. And that's why training is so important, and making sure that we can provide the best possible training and the best possible response for our community members. I'm asking everyone to send your heartfelt wishes and prayers and thoughts yet again to a community, but this time it's my community. Dylan?
Yeah, can we start over here with
Sure.
questions?
Chief, you mentioned you're a father. You're the police chief here in Madison. What emotions are you feeling right now after going through all that?
To be honest with you, I'm feeling a little dismayed now. I'm so close to Christmas. Every child, every person in that building is a victim and will be a victim forever. And these types of trauma don't just go away. And we need to figure out and try to piece together what exactly happened. And right now, my heart is heavy for my community. My heart is heavy for Madison, and we have to come together as a community and figure out what happened here and make sure that it doesn't happen in any other place that should be a refuge for students in our community.
Right there.
What sort of gun-related policies, if any, were in place at the school have metal detectors?
I'm not aware that the school had metal detectors, nor should schools have metal detectors. It's a safe space. So I don't know. Again, it is a private Christian school. It is not under the authority of MMSDs, and that is something that we would have to look into.
Chief, of the 7 victims, how many are students? How many are teachers?
I'm not going to give any information about who the victims are, whether they're students, staff, or parents, because we need to make sure that we can notify people. I think that's the most important thing before we go any further.
But police they never fired their weapons.
That is correct.
Correct.
I don't know if it's a male or a female, but the police department did not fire their weapons. Thank you.
Scott?
Are there 3 fatalities you mentioned, including the suspected shooter?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
3 total.
That's correct.
Are the 7 that was transported, are the 3 fatalities within that 7 or addition to that?
Yes, within that 7. Yes, thank you.
Was the shooter a student at the school?
We believe the shooter was a student at the school. Yes.
What can you tell us about the status of the other transports?
We know that they range from minor injuries to life-threatening. I know that's a huge, spectrum, but that's what we know now. And so we need everyone, again, to send your thoughts and your prayers out to them. One thing I do know is that we have some of the best medical care in the country here in Madison. And so we hope that everyone will recover, but at this time, we don't know.
So we did just get an update from our command post. 5 deceased at this time, 5 injured.
So total of 10.
You know what kind of gun was used?
Again, this is a ever evolving situation. Just hearing that, what does that make you think? How does that make you feel? That we have to do a better job in our community on a Monday, right? So close to Christmas that we're updating victims. And so there's a lot of work that has to be done. And we're committed to doing that work. We just ask for your patience. I think the most important part is the reunification, again, that we spoke about, making sure that those persons who were in the schools, whether they're staff, students, or what have you, are reunified, and we have done that. Again, I want to say thank you to all our partners. Again, our friends are here from the ATF. They're going to help us. I heard the question about the gun. I don't know yet, which is why we have a great partnership with the ATF that will help us determine the origin of this gun and where it happened. So I'm going to leave it at that, And we will have another press conference. Stephanie has the location.
We're doing 2:30 at Fire Station 14 in their community room. 2:30, Fire Station 14.
Steph,
Okay.
can you confirm the 5 who are dead? Does that include the shooter?
That doesn't
It
include
was.
Are the victims students, teachers, a mix?
Yeah, again, we're not going to talk about that until we notify all the families that may be involved. Again, this is an ever evolving situation, and we're trying to figure it out. What did you say,
Has
man?
the school been cleared? Are all the students out of the school?
The school has been through a secondary clearing. We're doing another one now with the help of bomb dogs, just in case. We want to clear vehicles and things of that nature. So we're going to take our time, and we're going to go through, and we're going to do everything that we can. So
right,
thank you very much, and we'll see you soon.
Okay,
Thank
at
you.
Fire Station 14 in the community room.
Are the students still in the school right now on lockdown? They're out. Okay, thank you. Okay, that was Chief Sean Barnes right there from the Madison Police Department, and you heard the update mid-press conference right there. We now know that 5 people are dead, including the shooter, so we have 4 victims here, and it appears the shooter took their own life as well, and then 5 other people injured, taken to the hospital, for a total of 10 people altogether affected like this that have been hurt. And you know, hearing that mid-press conference, that number just increased like that, it's hard to hear on a day like today, on a Monday morning. You know, you drop your kid off at school, and some parents aren't going to go home with their child later today. So it's tough to hear. And the chief, you know, obviously very shaken up by what has happened this morning in his community, as he should be. A lot of parents still rushing to the scene as we held that press conference right there. We know, again, as we said, the shooter took their own life. Not much information right now on the victims. Not much information about the gun that was used, the shooter. The details is what we're still trying to figure out. But the big headline here: 4 people shot and killed, the shooter taking their own life, for a total of 5 people who are dead here. And again, 5 more people who are in the hospital right now with injuries that vary from minor injuries to life-threatening, as the chief said. So the next press conference update will be at about 2:30. We'll get updated information then, but for now, that's just a lot of information to swallow for a lot of people. So my heart and everyone here at 15 News goes out to this community here at the Abundant Life Christian School. So we'll send it back to you in the studio for more about this breaking and developing story, guys.
Yeah, as Tim mentioned, you know, it's just hard to wrap your head around those numbers. And so we will continue to break down what Chief Barnes had to share with us. But first, we want to go to our Elizabeth Wattis, who is standing directly outside of Abundant Life Christian School. Elizabeth?
Yeah, Gabriella, Phoebe, Tim, thank you for that update from Chief Sean Barnes. As it was coming in, I was relaying that information to a lot of parents and community members who have been asking us, do we know anything? Do we know anything? People are really, really just feeling unsure and scared right now. But like Chief Barnes says, police are doing a second sweep right now with K-9 units, bomb-sniffing trained dogs in that school. It is right there, Abundant Life Christian School here in Madison. So I think the chief said no students are currently in the school. So we have been seeing officers go in and out with those bomb sniffing dogs. Chief Barnes said they are searching every inch of the school as well as every single vehicle to make triple sure that there is no more threat here on the scene. And so this is still a very active situation here. Police cars are continuing to show up and park here. So that's what's going on right now on scene. Parents and community members have kind of walked away. It is a lot quieter here than it was when we showed up just about an hour ago. But still, so many questions remain. But we do know police are searching that school right now, and they will continue to until they have searched every inch of it. I'm going to throw it back to you in the studio for now. Live on scene, Elizabeth Wattis, WMTV 15 News.
And this is all part of the investigation that Madison police now have to do, as there are 5 people dead, 5 others hurt. Again, so Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes echoing that this is a sad, sad day, not just for Madison, but for our country. Chief Sean Barnes, went on to say that the shooter was a student at this school. So much of this investigation is going to be centered on, how did the gun get into the school, what security parameters were in place. And so this information that we just received from Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes is coming into our school. One other thing that I thought was interesting, Phoebe, that he mentioned, he said that they had been training for this. Police train for active shooter incidents constantly, as it is a reality in our country. And Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes said that actually some people were coming from a training, from a training center to respond to this incident, just giving you an idea of what they were equipped to face. And so we learned a lot of new information within the last 20 minutes from the chief, and we're going to learn more information over the next 2 hours.
We've been getting these live reports from our Tim Elliott and Elizabeth Wattis, but I do want to just take a breath with you guys right now. It is okay to not be okay. This is very unnerving news to be digesting here at the noon hour. Again, this unfolded here all in the last hour, this active shooter situation from Abundant Life Christian Madison over on the east side. Again, to reiterate, we've heard from neighbors, we have heard from parents, again, from Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes. He wanted to reiterate that while he is dismayed and this has been a horrible morning and a horrible start to the work week, the most important thing right now is for these parents to be reunified with their students. So I do want to reiterate, again, SSM Health Clinic on Stoughton Road, just down the road from this Christian school. About 200 families attend that K through 12. So right now, the messaging is for parents, because this is an uncertain time, and we understand that emotions are running high, but police are doing, and many other agencies who are there on scene are doing their best to find answers. But again, we know that 5 people are dead, 5 people are injured in that nearby hospital, one of which is the shooter, who, as we heard, Police Chief Sean Barnes believes it was a student there at the school.
And so to give you an idea, we did ask, our Tim Elliott, who was at that news conference, did ask the chief any information about those 5 people who were killed or the 5 people who were hurt. And right now, police are not sharing that information because they are trying to connect with the families of those people and share this information with them. This tragic information happening just days before Christmas, this school shooting at Abundant Life Christian School. And so we know that the call came in at 10:57 this morning. Again, multiple people were shot, and Chief Sean Barnes said that officers, right when they got to the scene, started to administer life-saving efforts. One thing to note, police did not fire their weapons, which makes us infer that the shooter took their own life. The shooter was a student, according to police. And so right now, what are police doing? What are law enforcement doing? Well, Chief Barnes said they've already cleared the school twice. Now they're going through and clearing it for a 3rd time. They're collecting evidence. They're making sure there's no student left in the building, and they're trying to account for as many students and staff and teachers as they can. And so that's what they're doing right now. So there are students, we know from Elizabeth Wattis's reporting that they're at City Church in Madison, which is right across from Abundant Life Christian School. And so those parents are now having to wait to connect with their students because of this investigation happening right now. I want to send it out to our Tim Elliott. Tim, you're a dad. We know that it's very hard for parents to have to wait for this information, especially as we're just learning that 5 people were killed and 5 were hurt. Have you learned anything more? Have you seen any parents hear that information?
Well, it's been just a steady trickle of parents showing up here at the clinic here behind me. They turn off of Stoughton Road. They're not quite sure where to go, where to park. And if you are coming here, if you are a parent of a loved one, you come down here Buckeye Road, you take a right onto Buckeye off of Stoughton, and you kind of can tuck around here to the clinic. There's a big parking lot in the back, and parents seem to be a little bewildered, understandably. They're frantic, trying to figure out where to go, trying to gather their thoughts, trying to gather the right words to express how they're feeling as they come here to this clinic here behind me. But, as a parent, it's just an unfathomable day right now. You're sitting at work, you get a phone call like this, that there's been a shooting at your son or daughter's school, and you rush to the scene, just trying to get there as fast as you can. I just can't imagine what these parents are going through right now. But there is a lot of first responders here behind me. I'll step out of the way. We can zoom in a little bit. We got Madison police officers, Dane County Sheriff's deputies. There's paramedics. There's fire trucks here. A lot of people waiting to direct parents as they show up and head into the lobby. Again, these parents are frantic. They don't know what to think, what to do, so they head into the lobby, and I'm assuming that's where they're hopefully getting some more information from police about what is happening. But we just interviewed Police Chief Sean Barnes about 10 minutes ago. He briefed the large contingent of media folks who are here from all over the state about what happened. He initially told us that 3 people are dead, and then toward the end of the press conference, we learned that in real time that 5 people are dead, including the shooter here, and 5 people taken to the hospital. So just an absolute sad, tragic day for everyone a part of the Madison community. For this to happen at this private school, which is just simply a mile up the road from here on Buckeye Road, it's hard to wrap your head around as a parent. It's an absolute nightmare scenario, and I just can't imagine what those parents and family members, loved ones, and friends are going through right now. So a hard day for the entire community, but we're going to stay here on the scene. Chief Sean Barnes says he's going to give another update at about 2:30, so we got some time between now and then, and hopefully we learn some more information. But my role right now is to kind of just hopefully talk to some parents who are showing up here on the scene, and hopefully I can interview them about how they're doing here in this moment in time. Reporting live from the east side of Madison, I'm Tim Elliott for 15 News. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, Tim, thank you. Be watching again that reunification point that Tim is at. It's at SSM Health Clinic on Stoughton Road, just down the road from All Abundant Christian School. One other thing to note, one takeaway from the press conference that we heard with Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes was that all of the other MMSD schools were also in lockdown. I don't know if that is currently still the situation, but out of an abundance of caution, he said that all MMSD schools were on lockdown as they work to clear through these threats, as well as right on campus, just a block from where Tim is.
Chief Barnes did say there's no threats to MMSD schools, so we just want to make that very clear right now. While they were on lockdown due to this, there is no threat to MMSD schools. Again, Abundant Life Christian School is a private school, so not within the Madison Metropolitan School District. We have our Elizabeth Wattis now, who is right outside of that school. Elizabeth has been talking with neighbors and seeing things up close as she is directly across from that school. Elizabeth, do you have any new information for us?
Yeah, as you can see, ambulances are still flying down the street. One just passed moments ago. You saw it there, still lined with police. Those ATF agents are here. And I want to show you the church. It is right across the way from the school. You see that building right now. Our cameras are pointing at it, that tan building. Now, we did know that when that shooting happened, groups of children were taken from the school to that church for safety. Now, we heard just from Sean Barnes now. Here's the school on the other side. We're going to turn our cameras around for you there. That is the school, Abundant Life Christian School, a K-12 school. About 200 families are part of this school from different groups all over Dane County, not just that church across the street. Now, we do know right now no children are in that school. So what's going on? Chief Barnes just told us minutes ago they are sweeping that building for a second time. They have officers in there. They have bomb-sniffing canines in there. We're actually standing right next to a canine unit right now, their car. They're going in inch by inch from that building, looking for any threat. Now, the bomb-sniffing dogs, it's just a precaution. No reports of any bombs, anything like that. But Chief Barnes says they are going to be working minute by minute to make sure that every single threat that could exist is crossed off their list, not only inside the building, but every single car in the parking lot. Now, the parking lots, let me explain to you, there's kind of a school parking lot, and then there's a big football field in the back with some playground equipment, a bunch of cars in that parking lot as well. That leads to the church parking lot. So as you can see, there is crime tape, that yellow tape blocking off that parking lot where they are now searching every single car to make sure every threat is neutralized here in Madison. So we will keep you posted minute by minute as we learn more. Now, community members and parents, they were lining the sidewalks here, but people are kind of clearing the scene, heading to where Tim is. That Reunification Center is so important for parents right now. That's where they can get the information they need about their children. I am in contact with a few parents who have kids here, and they say that if they get any updates from the school, they will let us know, and we will let you know if you are looking for that information as well. That's why we are here gathering every single piece of information to keep you in the loop, to get you the information you need. I'll continue doing that, but for now, live in Madison, Elizabeth Wattis, WMTV 15 News.
And for every reporter who is there right now as this story is making national headlines, this is very heavy to cover. This is emotional for us to cover. This is something that we do not want to have to cover, this type of news, with 5 people hurt and 5 others who were injured. And so you hear that, and again, we do not know who these people are yet. We will learn that in the coming hours. We will learn more from Madison Police about were they students, teachers, staff members involved here. But we do know that the shooter is dead. Chief Barnes said that the shooter was a student at this school, a juvenile student. Again, this is a K through 12 school, so we do not know the age of that shooter right now. But just very sad information that we're learning as police are doing their best to cover this as well, to investigate this as well. Something that they do train for, but they never ever want to have to respond to.
Another piece of information take away from that press conference, as you had touched on earlier, was that Police Chief John Barnes had shared that part of the Madison medic team was in a training just down the road when they first got this call for the active school shooter report. Just
breaking news coverage from our team out in Madison. They are following the news of 5 people dead after a school shooting in Madison. One of them, it's important to note, is the shooter. The shooting took place around 10:50. Police responded at 10:57 this morning in Madison. 5 others are also injured. Their injuries range from minor to life-threatening. It is a story we're to continue to follow, this shooting at Abundant Life Christian School. We will have special coverage in our 2 o'clock show, which will begin in about 10 minutes. For now, though, we'll take a break and come back with plenty more on Local News Live. Civil Defense Service located at a camp in central Gaza. Al Jazeera has condemned the attack. The Israeli military claims the site was being used as a command and control center by Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants who were planning a, quote, imminent terror attack against IDF troops. Severe weather from coast to coast over the weekend, including a tornado in California that caused damage and sent several people to the hospital. You're looking at video from Scotts Valley on Saturday, which is in Northern California. Parts of the Midwest also saw ice storms, and the Northeast was hit with snow. You're watching Local News Live. We'll be right back.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my 3rd child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves
by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free. Inspiring stories with a positive impact every day on Local News Live.
And I am tracking multiple rounds of moisture will be moving onshore our Pacific Northwest for today. So that's bringing rain to Portland at 50 for the high there. But once it gets into the higher elevations, that moisture is going to bring quite a bit of snow through tomorrow morning in some of those locations. We're also seeing 60s and even 70s for the mid and lower Mississippi valleys. We also have some rain that's going to be moving through those areas. Some gusty winds possible. Not anticipating severe thunderstorms for later today, but some gusty winds that could lead to some minor delays if you are trying to catch a flight. Also some snow showers over portions of the northern plains, bringing some gusty winds as well. So again, keep that in mind if you are trying to catch a flight out of Fargo. But it looks like those winds and also those snow showers will be dying down through the day. And it looks like those gusty winds will be pushing north or eastward, I should say, into parts of the Midwest by tonight.
Okay, Sandra, thank you. It's time for the good side, where joining a run club can be fun, but it can also be a challenge if you aren't as fast as the other runners. One Georgia woman is making a place for athletes who need a little bit of extra time. She tells Local News Live's Sawyer Bussey about her mission to empower.
30 degrees on a Saturday morning.
I was a little worried that people wouldn't want to be out here in the cold weather.
Sounds like the perfect day for a run.
Came from Decatur, Georgia, 45 minutes to hang out with the crew.
For many of these women, runs with other run clubs have had their challenges.
You wouldn't meet these people that run with you, and then, you know, they just run so much faster than you, so you don't really get to meet them because they're away from you.
This day is all about freedom. Freedom to love a sport and not feel like they're too slow to keep up and enjoy it. It's a change of pace for sure.
Are you excited about today?
Yes, I'm extremely excited about today.
What are you expecting?
I'm expecting for people to be beside me.
The group is called Best for Last, started by runner Tatiana Forbes.
And I didn't see a safe space, so I created one.
The clubs are free to join and open to all runners, whether you run a 10-minute mile or walk a 20-minute mile.
We've been running on our treadmills in our garage or walking instead of running because we're too afraid to try. So I think what's happening is because people are seeing that this space is available now, they're coming out of the shadows.
This is a place for women to find community, to run without judgment, to switch up the narrative. In Kennesaw, Sawyer Bussey, Atlanta News First.
Sandra, this is the kind of run club I like.
Oh, this kind of run club for me. Every time I've ever been like in a group running, I'm always at the end. Even as a kid, I was always like one of the last ones.
If somebody was running too fast, I'd say, no, slow down. This is a slow running club.
Yeah, you're breaking the rules.
Yeah.
You can't go too fast.
Sounds like they got a great community there, though. Well, if you have a story you want to share on the good side, email us at news@localnewslive.com or hit us up on Facebook at Local News Live. We love bringing out your good side. And be sure to download our app. Just search LNL and you can watch Local News Live anytime. Thank you for joining us on this hour of Local News Live. The news continues at localnewslive.com.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Man, it's lonely. Like, going through life lonely.
There is the therapeutic aspect of music, just expressing how you feel. I'm going to talk to Howie about his feelings, make it into a song.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Every day, thousands of kids start vaping. And I can't let this happen to my kid. Of course, it's awkward to talk to your kids about the dangers of vaping. Hey, bestie, how sketch is vaping? It's hard to get their attention. Ready? Go. Yes, look at that. You didn't turn yours over. So if you want to talk to your kids about the dangers of vaping, you have to get it trending. Right, Backpack Kid?
Let's do it.
First, invite your kid to do the vape talk. Let's try this. All right.
Why is he here?
Yeah, I gotta get it trending, honey.
Come on.
To the left. To the right. Let's go.
Oh, honey, can we talk?
Yeah, what's up?
I see a lot of your friends vaping.
Visit talkaboutvaping.org for tips on when and how to have the vape talk.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Today is a sad, sad day, not only for Madison, but for our entire country.
Breaking right now, 5 people are dead, including a child, and several others are injured after a shooting at a private Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin. Police say the shooter is one of the 5 people who died. Local News Live's Elizabeth Wattis is now there at the scene. Elizabeth, what can you tell us?
Yeah, first I want to show you what the scene looks like right now and the layout of the area. This is the church that you're looking at right now, that tan building here in Madison. Now that church has a school with it, Abundant Life Christian School, that is just across the way. You see that school right now on our camera. Also a brick building, that tan building as well. We know right now, like you said, 5 people are dead, 5 people are hurt. We just got that from Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes just minutes ago. And actually, to show you how active and fluid the situation is, at the beginning of the press conference, those numbers were different. We got an active update on those numbers. That death toll rose in just the minutes the police chief was talking to us. Now, the extent of the injuries from this active shooter situation that happened this morning, the Monday kids came to the school a week before their winter break was supposed to start. We were told that there was a active shooter situation. All hands on deck came here to the scene. Now we know that there are no children in the school anymore. Now that is because police worked very hard. Neighbors, we saw them going in groups across the sidewalk, some with their hands up, even ducking in the very beginning of the scene to that church for safety. So we are still trying to figure out if there are students in the church right now. But just minutes ago, we did notice that city buses came up the street. They are not in service, so we're wondering if they're going to be using those buses to reunite these kids with their families. The police chief also told us that right now that the children are gone in the school. Police are sweeping every single inch of that building. They have bomb-sniffing dogs in there as well, just to make sure any threat possible will be neutralized. They are searching the school. They are also searching every single car in the parking lot. That is why there is yellow tape up blocking off the parking lot to not only the school but the church as well. Again, I am here live at Abundant Life Christian School in Madison. A little bit about this school. It is a private school. We know that. About 200 families go to this school from 56 different churches in the Dane County area. That is the county that Madison, Wisconsin is in. So it's not just families from that church right there. It's families all across the area that are having the absolute worst day of their lives right now. Now, I've been able to talk to neighbors in the area and parents. One neighbor told me that she has a family member that works inside the school with her 2 children that go there. She says she knows they are safe, and she is so grateful for that. She told me that every day before her kids go to school and at night that they pray together that a situation like this does not happen. Now, this community, a lot of families I've been talking to say that they are praying right now. They are leaning on their religion and their tight community here to get them through this day. Right now, we want parents to know to go to the Reunification Center. It is off of Stoughton Road, about a half a mile from the scene. But as you can see, this scene is still very active. Police are still coming and going. There's a fire truck going right there. We saw at least 4 ambulances zip by on scene here. Now, we know people have been taken to the hospital. The chief told us the extent of the injuries really vary, some in critical condition, some with minor injuries. So we are still trying to figure out those injuries there, still trying to figure out more about the situation. We know the shooter is a juvenile, and they are no longer a threat. They are dead, as well as the 4 other victims. So we will keep you posted as more information becomes available. But for now, reporting in Madison, Wisconsin, I'm Elizabeth Wattis.
Thank you so much for that detailed reporting, Elizabeth. What a sad, sad situation. We're going to continue with this breaking coverage, and we're going to send it out to our newsroom in Madison, Wisconsin. So let's listen in.
Our children and our educators to ensure that such horrors never happen again. We will not rest until we find solutions that make our schools safe and so our children feel secure. And that statement continues, saying that together we will stand strong and demand the safety our children deserve. And this is something that every single parent thinks about as they send their child to school, the risk of a school shooting. My husband works in a school as a high school counselor. It's something I think about every day as he works with students. And so, working with students and parents and teachers, this is something that affects so many of us and is something that is such a reality in our country right now. And so there will be many questions over the next few hours, but there will be, many, hopefully, answers as well as people coming together to support one another and to pray together as we face this tragedy here in our own backyard.
And we know that this school was a private Christian school. We know that they will be turning to prayer in the coming hours, if they have not already, coming days as well, as that is part of their Christian faith here. But again, kind of an unimaginable tragedy there this morning. You're taking a live look at the drone footage. We do have our Tim Elliott, who is back at that Reunification Center. And Tim, what are you able to share with us here?
Yeah, we're kind of in this holding pattern right now. I think we had that press conference from Chief Sean Barnes at about 12:30, so not that long ago, about a half hour ago. That's when he briefed us with the numbers. We know that 4 people are dead, shot and killed by the shooter then taking their own life. So we know that 5 people in all are dead. We also know 5 more people taken to the hospital with injuries ranging from minor to life-threatening, the chief said. So that's where we're at right now. Where I'm at right now, this is Stoughton Road and Buckeye Road, the intersection. This is where parents have been told all morning long to come and reunite with their student, hopefully here, as they gather information to police. I haven't seen any students here, like, physically being reunited with their parents, but the parents have been going in, and I haven't been seeing many parents come out. So police are actually telling us to stay on this side of the street. They don't want us bothering those parents right now. They think that they want to leave the parents enough time to process what's happening right now. So they're asking the media to be respectful of that. But we've seen plenty of parents park across the street here, run across the street. But again, the number of parents showing up here, that number has subsided. The flow of parents has subsided. Pretty much everyone who showed up earlier is in that building right now. I haven't seen many people come out of it right now. But again, authorities are directing people here at the intersection of Buckeye Road and Stoughton Road where to go. The intersection congested right now with emergency vehicles. Also, the school right up the road here to my right. So this is kind of the intermediary between the school and parents when they turn right here onto Buckeye Road. So we're going to stay here on the scene. Not quite sure what the plan is for parents going forward here, if they're staying in there until their students physically get dropped off here. If that's how it's going to work, we're going to have to wait and see. But again, we're kind of in this holding pattern at the moment as you wait to hear from some parents about what the process is here going forward. Reporting live from the east side, I'm Tim Elliott for 15 News. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Tim, we do have a correction from Madison Police just into our newsroom. Madison Police shared that 3 people are dead, writing that during that media briefing that we brought to you live, they had said that 5 people were dead, but they are correcting what they said during that press conference, now saying 3 people have died, 9 in total are injured, including the 3 who have died. So that's a new information. Madison Police correcting the earlier reporting that they shared with us. And so they're also telling parents and guardians to go to Dean Clinic, the location where Tim was just moments ago, 1821 1821 South Stoughton Road. That's the reunification site.
Okay, we do want to turn now to our Elizabeth Wattis, who is just outside the school grounds. What are you able to share?
And you're listening right now to our reporters on the ground there in Madison, Wisconsin. Of course, Local News Live has so many reporters across the country, and those reporters you're hearing from and those anchors are all in our Madison, Wisconsin newsroom. Just to recap for you, 3 people are dead after a shooting at a private Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin. Several others injured. Of the dead, the shooter as well, who's identified as a child. We'll have more information for you, but let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Local News Live.
We're here to advocate for human rights.
The only network with more than 100 local newsrooms across the country.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my 3rd child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
You're watching Local News Live, and we're going to continue with breaking news. 3 people are dead, including a child, several others injured after a shooting at a private Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin. Police say the shooter is one of the 3 people who died. Let's send it out to our team in Wisconsin in our Madison, Wisconsin newsroom. Let's listen in.
We do not know at this time. We have been asking Madison police for more information on those people. We do not know their ages, you know, what grade level they were in, if they were teachers or staff or students. So that's information that likely will come out in the next few hours. The next update from Madison police is at 2:30. So again, this all started at 10:57 this morning, just before 11. That's when police first responded. So they've been on scene for several hours now, and they'll likely continue to be on scene into the evening hours. And so East Buckeye Road, if this is part of maybe your evening commute, if you're watching this and you do not have a connection to the school, that's an area they're asking you to avoid right now, because they want to make sure that they can get first responders to where they need to be, that they can get any federal agencies who are on scene part of this investigation. And let's go back to our Elizabeth Wattis. Elizabeth, do you have new information for us?
Yeah, I just wanted to draw attention. 3 buses are here now. Correction from my previous report when I said there were 2. They are now lined up in the street. As you can see, that one in the front, and then there are 2 behind. Again, what I can read from the sign, it says not in service. We are predicting that this is the vehicles that are going to be taking the children to be reunited with their family. We have not seen any kids exit the building just yet, but really there's a lot of activity and police around there. Even there's a Salvation Army vehicle that is in front of that church as well. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the church. Abundant Life Christian School is about a football field away across the parking lot. So we are showing you the church right now. This is where we think the children are. We know that groups of them went into that church escorted by police just moments after the active shooter situation for safety. So that is where children were. So again, we will keep you updated. Those buses, though, are lining up. That's an update here from the scene, and we will keep you posted with what we see, what we hear, and what we learn on scene. But for now, reporting live, Elizabeth Wattis, WMTV 15 News.
Elizabeth, thank you for that live report and that update. Nice to see that immediately neighbors are stepping in to help one another. Not too long ago, we saw some neighbors as well pushing a cart full of water to those first responders who have now been on the scene for a little bit over 2 hours. That first report of the call coming in just before 11 a.m. this morning. And Tim Elliott and Elizabeth Wattis have been working to speak with parents and neighbors who are close to this school, close to this location. And as you can imagine, many of them maybe not wanting to speak at this time, understandably so, but those who have chosen to share how they're feeling with us, it's just been an ongoing, unnerving situation. And the one neighbor that Elizabeth spoke with a little bit earlier, his name was John, he said that he didn't know that there were that many squad cars in Madison as he was kind of watching this situation unfold, and all of these emergency agencies quickly responding to the school. We know that it has now involved federal agencies. We know that ATF is there. They have K-9, they have bomb units. Really an all hands on deck type of situation right now as that investigation continues here very early on. It happened not too long ago, Gabriella.
Yes, and so it will continue in the next few hours. Authorities are working to clear the school right now to account for all of those students and staff members, to get witness statements and reports. But as we're learning new information, so are our lawmakers. So we do have some statements from our lawmakers as well as they are learning this new information, including Senator Ron Johnson. He was one of the first people that we heard from. He writes, quote, "My sincere apologies and prayers for all of the victims of the tragedy at Abundant Life Christian School." And we also heard from Congressman Mark Pocan. He also shared a statement writing, quote, "We will continue to monitor the situation and offer any assistance we can provide to our first responders." Now, we know that Governor Evers as well has released a statement. He writes, quote, "We are praying for the kids, educators, and the entire Abundant Life school community as we wait more information." Let's go now to our Tim Elliott, if he is available. He says that he has a parent who has been, who is waiting to speak with him. Tim, are you available right now? Looks like there's a parent talking.
Yes, I'm available. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just stopped and talked with this parent right here. Bethany, do you mind if I grab you real quick and chat with you? Okay. You're a parent here of a student at Abundant Life Christian Church. Can you tell us what happened here this morning?
I don't have a lot of information. I just know there was an active shooter, and that's about it. I really don't have a ton to say. All I know is that it was a traumatic experience that I had to get here as soon as possible, as close as I possibly could. And that's about it. I mean, I know that my daughter is safe from what I've heard, and I have a peace in knowing that. My heart and my prayers go out to everyone affected in this, all the parents, the children.
Did you get a chance to speak with your daughter?
I did have a brief second that I did get to talk to her.
And what was that like?
Surreal. You don't think you're gonna go through this, you know, and like I've said before, I bring my daughter to school knowing well that this happens in the world, that people are struggling, and I pray for my daughter's safety. I pray for the entire school's safety. I pray for the hearts of the students, the teachers, the staff members. It's a very real thing, and I'm very aware that the world is like this. But my faith lies in God alone, and I have that peace knowing that He is gracious to us, and that's how I'm getting through this.
How old is your daughter?
I would rather not.
Sure. That's
Disclose
okay.
that.
What do you plan on talking with her about later today when you can finally be with her?
I'm going to just be there as much as I possibly can, allow her to really open up in any way she wants to, help her know there's a safe place she can tell me anything if she needs to, and if she's not ready, I'm going to give her the space. I'm going to read her body language as much as I can, just to really be that safe spot for her. I'm going to pray with her. I'm going to remind her who our God is, that He is faithful, and do the best I can, you know.
Can you take me back to that moment this morning? Did you get a phone call saying there was a shooting at your daughter's school?
I did, from my mother, yeah.
And what was that moment like for you, hearing that?
She told me to stay calm, and I was assuming, you know, everything in the world but this, and yeah, not this. And as soon as it happened, I mean, your world, it stops for a minute. Everything is just, nothing else matters. There's nobody around you. You just bolt for the door and try to do everything you can as a parent to be by your kids.
Any emotions that you're feeling now? Are you angry at all? Do you feel any emotions that you weren't expecting?
There's a little bit of anger, obviously. You don't, I guess, of the unknown, not knowing why or why this happens. Obviously, heart-wrenching, you know, devastation for the families. I have that peace within me for my own family, but obviously you can't explain something that you're not going through. So I guess I'm just still trying to understand, navigate what's going on. It doesn't really seem real at this point.
And any message to the viewers at home who might be watching and, you know, feeling for you in this moment and your community?
The world is, stuff is going to happen. It's always going to happen. There's always a why. There's always kids that need something. The mental health in this country needs to change. God needs to be put first and foremost. He is good all the time, and I will stand on that. Nobody can prepare for the devastation that you're going to feel in your life, but one thing is true, and that's what I stand by.
All right, Bethany, thank you so much.
Bethany, are these conversations you've had with your
your kids in the past? I mean, have there been drills? Is this something that your child maybe had prepared for?
And you're listening to our station in Madison, Wisconsin. Tim Elliott there from our newsroom speaking to a mom who got the call that her child was at that school when the shooting happened. She says it was surreal. One word, surreal. And she's relying on her faith to get her through. You can just imagine what that phone call was like. And this is what's playing out today. We've got this just terrible breaking news story about this school shooting in Madison, Wisconsin. 3 people are dead, including the shooter, and several people taken to the hospital. Of course, our Madison, Wisconsin newsroom is on the scene, and they're following every development. We're going to continue bringing you the latest on this breaking news, but for now, we're going to take a quick break. You're watching Local News Live.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free, always on localnewslive.com.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my 3rd child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free. Welcome back. You're watching Local News Live. We continue to follow breaking news at this hour. 3 people are dead. Several other people are injured after a school shooting at a private Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin. You're taking a look right now at drone footage of that school. Police say that the shooter is a child and among the dead. Now, this all happened in Madison, Wisconsin earlier today. Police got that call for an active shooter at the Abundant Life Christian School at 10:57 a.m. That is Central Time. When they got there, they found multiple people suffering from gunshot wounds. They say that they train to be able to deal with these types of situations almost quarterly, and the last time they did an active school shooter drill was 2 weeks ago. They did say that they located a juvenile deceased in the building, a child, and that was the person who was the shooter. They're saying that several people went to area hospitals. We did hear from several people from our Madison, Wisconsin newsroom. We have reporters on the scene right now. One of our reporters, Tim Elliott, spoke to a mom who got the call that her child was okay. You can imagine what that call must have been like. He asked her what it was like. She said it was surreal. That really she's relying on her faith to get through. Again, just to recap for you, 3 people are dead. Several people are hurt after a shooting in Madison, Wisconsin. We'll continue to follow this. You're watching Local News Live. Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free. Welcome back. You're watching Local News Live. We're going to continue with breaking news. To recap for you, 3 people are dead, including a child. Several others are injured after a shooting at a private Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin. Police do say that the shooter is one of the 3 people who died. We're going to send it out to our newsroom in Madison, Wisconsin. They're all over this story. Let's listen in.
People are heading on right now. Looks like some Madison police officers might be boarding that bus, probably going to let the kids know what the next step is. So yeah, we're not going to show the kids' faces here as they get off the bus, if they get off right here or if they pull a little closer to the clinic right there. But that seems to be what's happening right now, is that these students are being bussed in here from the school, which is just a half mile or a little bit more up the road here, on the bus where it's warm, and then they'll be taken right here to this clinic where they will be reunified with their parents. So that's going to be certainly a happy moment for a lot of parents and their children. That hug, I gotta imagine, gotta feel like the best hug you've ever gotten if you are going through something like this with your child being away for several hours after terrible news like this happening. But yeah, that's the first bus. There looks to be a comfort dog as well. I just saw a comfort dog. I hear a couple of them barking too. Yeah, a couple of comfort dogs are on the scene. A lot of those police departments employ comfort canines, where they come on the scene and they help alleviate some of the anxiety and fear and stress that comes along with a traumatic situation like this. So those golden retriever dogs are now on the scene as well, as these parents and students get ready to reunite for the first time since this morning when they dropped them off for school. So we'll stay here on the scene and keep you updated on what's happening. But for now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, Tim, you mentioned those therapy dogs. So many of those students that Elizabeth
And you're listening
did
in
see
to
on
our
the
Madison,
bus
Wisconsin newsroom right now. We have
point.
reporters on the scene and anchors who are familiar, very familiar with this area as they report on it every day. Again, 3 people are dead, including the shooter, after a shooting at a Madison, Wisconsin Christian school. We're going to continue to bring you the latest on this breaking news. For now, we're going to take a quick break. You're watching Local News Live.
Dedicated meteorologists from coast to coast, alerting you first to severe weather across the country where you live. Stay informed, stay aware, stay with Local News Live.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free. You're watching Local News Live. We continue right now with breaking news. 3 people are dead, several others injured after a shooting at a private Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin. Police say the shooter is one of the 3 people who died. We're going to send it out to our team in Madison, Wisconsin. Let's listen in.
Of a mass shooting in Madison. Students deserve to attend school free from gun violence. But in our country, it is the #1 killer of children. End quote there from the former Congresswoman, but just shows to the effect the amount of people that are weighing in right now. We do know that this was a Christian school here on Madison's east side, roughly 200 families attending K through 12.
And let's go now to our Elizabeth Wattis, who is standing by outside of that Abundant Life Christian school. Elizabeth, have you seen more students board buses to that reunification site? We saw one when we checked in with you last.
Gabriella, it seems like there's a pause in loading the buses. There are still 2 of those big city buses not in service, as it reads up there. So we're expecting them to take kids out again and load those buses, and then they'll drive a half-mile away to where Tim is, to that reunification point. I did want to point out just kind of the nature of this school, this church, and the relation to the neighbors I talked to today. I think every single person I talked to, no matter if they had a current student at the school or if they were a church member, this is really a community center. Everybody in this neighborhood that I talked to has a connection to this school. They either had kids go there, they went there themselves, or they go to this church. And again, a good reminder, this school doesn't only have students from this particular church. 56 different church communities from around Dane County. That is the makeup of the 200 families that go to this school. This school is their community, and everybody is so connected here. People are texting. They know the teachers inside, the principal, things like that, trying to gather information. So this school, this church means a lot to the neighbors in this area. Now, we are keeping a close eye again on those buses, as you can see back there, those city buses that are not in service. We believe that there are more children inside the church. That is what we were looking at. The church and the school are about a football field apart from each other. So we believe they will continue loading that bus. And again, you saw that bus pass us by. I think they're going to do that for the 2 remaining buses here, but we will remain on scene and bring you up to date with any more information we hear. But for now, reporting live in Madison, Elizabeth Wattis, WMTV 15 News.
Elizabeth, I do have a question for you. When you saw those students on the bus, you know, what were their emotions? Were they scared? You know, what were you able to see from where you were standing and the students that were on the bus?
You're listening right now into our Madison, Wisconsin newsroom. Elizabeth Wattis on the scene. She brought us a live report earlier, and we also have Tim Elliott at the Reunification Center. 3 people have died in that shooting. One of them is the shooter at that private Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin. We will continue bringing you the latest on this breaking news. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. You're watching Local News Live.
Local News Live. When breaking news happens, we're taking you there.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves
By saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
You're watching Local News Live. We are following breaking news out of Wisconsin. 3 people are dead and several others are injured after a shooting at a private Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin. Police say that the shooter is one of those 3 people who died. L&L anchor Graham Elkins joining me now from the newsroom with the latest. Graham.
Yeah, Deborah, we're still waiting on a lot of details, and they're changing rapidly as well as they often do. But here's what we know. 2 victims have died in this shooting. At least another 6 people have been injured and are at the hospital. Now, the shooter, according to police, was found dead, believed to be a juvenile student at that school and believed to have taken their own life. This is a Christian K-12 school that is just under 400 students from about 200 families all across the Madison area. We do not know the ages of any of the victims or whether those victims are students or staff members or both. The call for this active shooter came in around 11 a.m. Central Time, and these students were set to go on Christmas break just next week. Our reporters on the ground in Madison, as you've been seeing, are talking to shocked parents and neighbors. Many say they're just horrified with what they've seen unfold today.
The tragedy of all what the other kids have seen, the kids saw this and heard this. I mean, right before Christmas, how tough is that to live? And the parents, where are my kids? Maybe they still don't know if their kid has survived. How tragic can that be? I feel for the parents. I mean, if that were my kids, it would be hard. It would. I mean, I can't think of anything harder.
We're getting some other reaction as well from Washington as well. We know President Biden has already been briefed on this shooting and is in touch. The White House says is in touch with officials there on the ground in Wisconsin. We've heard from Senators Ron Johnson and Tammy Baldwin, both issuing statements on X, offering their condolences and saying that they're monitoring the situation on the ground. We also know the ATF is already involved trying to track the gun that was used here. No specific details on on that weapon, but we do know the ATF already involved. Their part of this investigation has begun as well. A lot of moving parts now here coming together very quickly as we try to figure out exactly what happened and bring the info just as soon as we get it to you. Deborah?
Thank you so much, Graham. What a sad, sad story. You're watching Local News Live. We'll have the latest coming up, but we'll be right back.
Watch Local News Live anywhere, anytime. Download the Local News Live app on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves
By saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free. You're watching Local News Live. We're going to continue with breaking news. 3 people are dead, including a child, several others injured after a shooting at a private Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin. Let's go out now, right now, live to our our newsroom in Madison, Wisconsin.
So we're understanding possibly from authorities that they may be going from kindergarten through 12th grade and reuniting those children with their parents. And so this all unfolded at 10:57 this morning during what many students would be eating lunch. So they're providing students with food and water as they haven't had it, but possibly yet today. And so yeah, that's a good update for those students who may be waiting in that church. And we do know that there has been one busload of what we expect elementary, likely kindergarten students. We don't have that confirmed, but likely youngest students were taken to that reunification site first. So it's possible that they could be going grade by grade in bringing students back to their parents. And so this is something, you know, that they are trying to make an efficient process for families and make sure that, again, safety is the top priority here to make sure all of those students are accounted for.
Again, we do know that the student was most likely, or the shooter rather, was most likely a student at the school. In an update from Police Chief Sean Barnes earlier, that's what he signaled to when he said that no one on his team fired a weapon. We know that there were 3 fatalities, one of which was the shooter there. So we can presume that the shooter did take their own life. We don't know their age. We don't know their name. Again, police are working as we are trying to report back to you guys, working to contact the families of these people who have been affected.
And as we've been on scene, Elizabeth Wattis and our Tim Elliott have been speaking with people who have been watching what's unfolded. Here's a piece of an interview from earlier today from someone that lives nearby Abundant Life Christian School.
I didn't want to believe it. First, I thought it was an accident. And then when I heard shooter, maybe that's when the reality of this really sunk in.
And so that was Gary right there, who again lives near this school. He heard what had happened, likely heard the sirens coming from East Buckeye Road as all of these agencies and ambulances were responding to this incident unfolding in the 11 o'clock hour this morning. And so that's just one person that we've heard from. We heard from another person that Elizabeth spoke with. His name was John. He said that his kids are grown up now, but they attended Abundant Life Christian School at one point, and he still goes to church at City Church Madison right there on East Buckeye Road. He said that he cannot believe that this has happened and that he
And you're listening
feels
into our
for all of
coverage
those
from our Madison,
parents, that
Wisconsin newsroom. We are on the scene of breaking news in Madison, where there's a shooter at a school, and we now are learning that 3 people are dead. That includes the shooter, who was a student. Also, several people are injured. Their injuries range from minor to life-threatening. This is a breaking news story, and we're going to continue to bring you the latest on this. For now, we're going to take a quick break, though. You're watching Local News Live.
Stories that impact you and keep your family safe. You're watching Local News Live.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my 3rd child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Welcome back. You are watching Local News Live. We have been covering breaking news for the last half hour or so. 3 people are dead. Several others are injured after a school shooting at a private Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin. Now, police say that the shooter is among the dead, and also that shooter is a student. Now, this all went down at the Abundant Life Christian School. Police got the call around 11 a.m. Central Time. More information continues to come into our newsroom, but we are hearing from different parents on scene. One woman who got a call that her child was part of the school and was part of this, was there when this shooting happened. Her daughter, or child rather, is okay, but she called this information coming in surreal. She's relying on her faith to get through. Again, it happened at the Abundant Life Christian School. It's a private school in Madison, Wisconsin. Students from kindergarten to grade 12 attend, about 200 students. Students right now being bused to the Reunification Center at a nearby clinic. But again, just to recap for you, a sad day at this school in Madison, Wisconsin, as a shooter opened fire and killed 2 people. And then we're hearing that The shooter is also dead, presumably taking their own life. Several people also injured, and we're finding that they're at the hospital right now. We'll continue to update you. You're watching Local News Live.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free. Welcome back. Breaking right now, 3 people are dead. Several others are injured after a school shooting at a private Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin. Let's go now to our newsroom in Madison and listen in.
So again, this is something that we're working to learn more about. That's just the limited information that we have from Madison Police so far today as the Abundant Life Christian community comes together to grapple with this tragedy. We've heard from several lawmakers. This story is making national headlines. Another school shooting in the United States, and people are now knowing the name Madison, Wisconsin, and associating it with a school shooting. And so Abundant Life Christian School will have a difficult next few hours ahead. Right now, what's happening, they are working to reunify students with their parents. This is a K-12 school, so this is a big undertaking in working to bring those students and parents together. Again, the focus is for all of those investigators who are on scene right now, all the different agencies that you mentioned, Phoebe. Their focus right now is to secure that school building, to make sure that it is safe, to account for all of the students, as many as they can, to collect evidence from this shooting. So again, we did hear from the school earlier today. They released a statement, and that was the first time that we had heard from the school since the shooting, asking the community for prayers. I'm just pulling up that statement right now. From Abundant Life Christian School, also known as ALCS. It reads, prayers requested. Today we had an active shooter incident at ALCS. We are in the midst of following up. We will share information as we are able. Please pray for our Challenger family. This was posted an hour ago. It already has over 1,000 likes on Facebook as the community is just wondering what they can do to help this school. The school is answering by saying you can pray for us and come together with our community here.
And I think it's important to remember the kindness that is being shown here out of the tragedy. People are stepping up to already supply water bottles. The Metro Madison City bus is coming to take those students from the place that they were ushered to safety to be reunified with
You're listening into our Madison, Wisconsin newsroom here on Local News Live. To recap for you, police are on the scene right now at a school shooting in Madison, Wisconsin. They say 3 people are dead, and one of those people is the shooter, a student, and also described as a juvenile. There's several people in the hospital. We're going to continue to follow this. Again, breaking news here on Local News Live. Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my 3rd child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Man, it's lonely. Like, going through life lonely.
There is the therapeutic aspect of music, just expressing how you feel. I'm going to talk to Howie about his feelings, make it into a song.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Every day, thousands of kids start vaping. And I can't let this happen to my kid. Of course, it's awkward to talk to your kids about the dangers of vaping. Hey, bestie, how sketch is vaping? It's hard to get their attention. Ready? Go. Yes, look at that. You even turn yours over. So if you want to talk to your kids about the dangers of vaping, you have to get it trending. Right, Backpack Kid?
Let's do it.
First, invite your kid to do the vape talk. Let's try this. All right.
Why is he here?
Yeah, I gotta get it trending, honey.
Come on.
To the left. To the right. Let's go.
Oh, honey, can we talk?
Yeah, what's up?
I see a lot of your friends vaping.
Visit talkaboutvaping.org for tips on when and how to have the vape talk.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Terrible situation like this. I also heard you guys mention the cases of water that were being dropped off for the first responders up the road at the school. Those cases of water came from right here at this Quick Trip. We saw them wheeling it out on a cart and literally walking it up this big hill right here on this sidewalk, taking it to those first responders. So you guys mentioned in times of trouble, in times of bad things happening like this, look for the helpers, and those were definitely the helpers right there. So this is what happens after a situation goes down like this, a tragedy like this. People come together and they support one another, and we're seeing that here in the Madison community, and that's one thing you'd like to see when something as terrible as this happens today. But we're still awaiting an update from the Madison police chief. We're hoping to get that at around 2:30. We're told the press conference that's going to be taking place will be taking place at a fire station nearby. So we'll have a crew there that will bring you that information live as that happens in just a little bit here. But for now, the reunification process still taking place. It's been a slow burn for a lot of these parents who are probably very eager to get their hands around their children for probably the best hug they're ever going to get in their life right here today behind me at the intersection of Stoughton Road and Buckeye Road. But we'll send it back to you in the studio as the rain starts to come down here on the east side of Madison.
All right, Tim, thank you for that live report. Tim Elliott at the reunification site. Our Lee Mills is joining us now. Lee, as this has lasted several hours, we have been reporting over the last several hours since the shooting came in at 11 this morning. 10:57 is when that shooting was first reported. And the good news is parents are starting to be reunited with their children, but so much still unfolding, so much tragedy we're still trying to wrap our head around.
So many questions that all of us are trying to grapple with, of course, law enforcement as well, schools. As you were on the air, we were working behind the scenes to learn more and having people reach out from across the country as they see this news unfold, because I think every teacher in every school, every parent can imagine the horror on some level. And so I just want to reiterate that as we all work to learn details and share them with you, that we are also just, our hearts are breaking with everyone because of this unimaginable tragedy. You hear these things happening across the country, but it really hits home when it happens here. My son's school district reached out shortly after this news broke to assure our families that everyone was safe, and I'm sure parents all over southern Wisconsin had districts reacting in that same way, because when you don't know what's happening, it's so easy to be in a panic. And so we are just working hard, but also wanting to be respectful of all of those who are right in the thick of a very difficult day.
And we know Madison schools were on lockdown at one point, but Police Chief Sean Barnes did say there was no threat to Madison schools right now. So let's head it on over to our Elizabeth Wattis, who is outside Abundant Life Christian School. Elizabeth, what are you seeing? Looks like some therapy dogs there.
Yes, a parade of therapy dogs. You see them right now. I see 4. One's coming up at the end. And these dogs seem to be going towards the church. These therapy dogs seem to be going towards the church. We will see them. Hi.
Can you hear me? Okay, there are the therapy dogs walking through. You see the police officer lifting up the crime scene tape. I see 4 very good dogs in vests headed into the church. Now, this is where children are right now. The church is just about a football field away from Abundant Life Christian School. That is where they are keeping these kids. We saw them bringing in pizza, resources, and now these dogs are going in. And then from the church, we assume they will get on more of the city buses that are lined up. There are 2 more city buses lined up waiting for kids to board. We saw one bus go by already, head to the area where they're going to be reunited with their parents. I saw very tiny children, definitely elementary schoolers, being very brave on that bus, headed to their parents. So we are going to be out here again. We are waiting on those buses, more people to come in. We want those moments of reunification. That is the hope that we are looking for today. And as you can see, those dogs are, as we thought, going in that church right now to see those students, to be a comfort, to be resources, everything those students need to feel safe. That is what our first response. Of course, they hope that they will never happen, but of course, we've seen a lot unfold here today in Madison. We will keep you up to date, but for now, live in Madison, Elizabeth Wattis, WMTV 15 News.
All right, Elizabeth, thank you. That's good to see the students who are inside that church getting some comfort, as many of them have questions. Many of them don't know exactly what's going on, wondering when they can see their parents. And so those dogs providing maybe a little distraction during this scary time for them.
And you can imagine different ages of kids are going to process and understand this information differently. So that is really helpful. I was looking down, Gabriella, because we're getting an update from SSM Health St. Mary's Hospital. If you live in the area in Madison proper, you know there are 3 hospitals here in town. SSM St. Mary's confirming that it has received patients following the shooting. They are set up as a family assistance center, the location on Stoughton Road. So I want to be clear, not the hospital. They are not providing additional information about the patients they are working with, but they are saying, quote, "We are praying for all affected by today's tragic incident at Abundant Life Christian School and our community as a whole. We are grateful for the first responders who acted swiftly today." And you can imagine how important that is when you have 9 people injured and you're transporting these people, and seconds can be the difference between life and death. And knowing that those first responders were rushing in, seeing those who had suffered gunshot wounds and immediately starting to triage.
And we also know UW Health was accepting patients as well, so both hospitals in Madison working to treat those patients. We do have our Marcus Arsvold now joining us live from the scene. We're not sure exactly where Marcus is on scene. Marcus, can you share with us where you are in relation to the school?
Yeah, I am a couple yards down from the sanctuary where we are now seeing children enter those city buses that we talked to you about earlier. So this is the first time I have seen any kids leaving the sanctuary. It looks like they are with a few adults, and it looks like they are getting on a bus right now as we speak. We are near City Church on Buckeye Road, and we are seeing children leave. There's one adult there. You can see them getting onto a bus now. I've been in this location for probably about 10 minutes, and this is the first time that I've seen children getting into vehicles here on this road. You can see a number of law enforcement officers still on scene, kind of blocking off as kids got out of the building and went onto a bus. My whole experience this time, I have been in the neighborhoods surrounding the school, talking to people who live nearby. A lot of people were just on a walk this morning when they said that they heard a countless number of sirens going around, more than they had ever heard before. Then there was a lot of confusion going on as police and as the sheriff's office started blocking off the school. Neighbors tell me nothing to this extent has ever happened to this school or in this neighborhood. They say it's been a very shocking and sad day as they have started to learn and realize about the shooter and what happened here. Now, we'll be continuing to talk with neighbors, getting reaction to them throughout our broadcast today, trying to just figure out as much as we can and trying to be here to make sure if people would like to share how they're feeling at this time, they're able to do so. Live in Madison, Marcus Arsvold, WMTV 15 News.
Marcus, thank you. And we saw those city buses. They're being used to transport students to that reunification site. So we did just get moments ago an update from Metro Busing saying that service may be impacted because of what's going on. So if you do take the bus, there may be a bit of a delay because they're using those buses to take those students to their parents.
Now, we know we are awaiting an update from Madison Police in about 20 minutes. In the meantime, we did hear from Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes this afternoon with an update on the situation as it unfolded. So we're going to play a little bit from that interview.
I want to thank all of the law enforcement partners and community members that came out to help. Our friends at the ATF. I've gotten calls from my friends at the FBI, the State Patrol, the Sheriff's Office, Monona Police Department, our fire department. It goes on and on and on. Because this is something that we all prepare for, but we hope we never have to do. As you can
And you could hear the emotion in his voice when he said, we all prepare for, because you never want to be in a real life situation like this. We know from seeing the video of all of the officers earlier, like the late morning hours, so many responding agencies. My husband was on the Beltline and reported 11, you know, vehicles from all different jurisdictions, Shorewood Hills even, he saw one of their vehicles. So we know that it took a massive effort and a complete community response to deal with this incident earlier this morning. Right now, we're going to go back to our Elizabeth Wattis, who was just down the street from Marcus and was monitoring those buses and the students whom we believe were moved into that church across the parking lot. Elizabeth, what can you tell us?
That bus that Marcus was referencing just passed us about 10 seconds ago. We are assuming it is heading the half-mile away to that reunification center. Again, I was able to peek into that bus as it passed us. Again, really young children that we were seeing in there. So small that their heads didn't even make it past the seat. Again, we saw police officers in there with them and accompanied by some adults, some kids again on the laps of the adults, and you know, just headed hopefully to their parents. You know, seeing the kids that small really puts into perspective you know, what they went through today, and how it is going to take a really, really long time to heal from everything that has unfolded today here in Madison. And our thoughts are just with these families and these children who are being so brave right now in a situation they should have never been in the first place. Again, we've seen a lot of resources come into that church behind me right there. That is just about a football field away from where the school is, Abundant Life Christian School. We have seen community members with water bottles coming in, police cars filled with pizza coming in, and you just saw that parade of therapy dogs in there as well, and also people in vests who you can tell you know, help in these situations with the mental health aspects of this. Such a toll on these tiny, tiny humans that we are seeing hopefully go reunite with their parents. It was raining just a few moments ago. That has since stopped. And first responders, hopefully the rain has passed so they can really, you know, be non-obstructed with the work that they have to do. A lot of work is still going on in that school. We know police are combing it inch by inch, still collecting evidence, trying to figure out what happened. That is the school you're looking at right now, the K-12 Abundant Life Christian School. No students are in there. We know that. It is all officers, all hand on deck. We know K-9 units are in there as well, just trying to preserve the crime scene, looking for evidence and processing all of it. And the other building, the church, that is where all the efforts are on the students, the faculty, the staff, who went through something most of us hopefully can't even imagine this morning. So we'll keep you updated here. I don't see any more. There is another city bus. It looks like right now. We're not going to get too close, but kids are loading it onto it right now. We do see that, and we will keep you posted. It just seems like that's good news. The more buses we can get, that means the more children are being reunified with their parents, and that's what we want to see right now. For now, live in Madison, Elizabeth Wattis, WMTV 15 News.
And we know all of the families, Elizabeth, want that as well, sitting on edge, waiting for their kids to be brought back to that reunification location, and the idea of reuniting with your parents will certainly bring some relief, although it doesn't make up for the families who won't be able to experience that because they were directly impacted by this tragedy.
And one thing we don't know right now is who those people are, the people that were impacted, the two people who were killed, the shooter who also died, and then the 6 other people who were injured. We heard from Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes that they are waiting to release that information until they can reach those families and notify them. But we are expecting to learn more from Chief Barnes in the next 15 minutes or so. Here's what he had to say earlier this afternoon about 12:20.
We're still going through methodically clearing that school, clearing every vehicle, and making certain that there's no other threats to this community, which we believe there are none.
So Chief Barnes there just reiterating that they are focusing on clearing that school right now because, Lee, many people, parents, especially you as a mom, the first thing you want to do is run into that building and hug your child. But unfortunately, the way that this is playing out is you have to wait until they are accounted for, until, you know, they are able to count all of the class and rely on trusting that teacher that they're keeping your child safe as best they can and answering your child's questions as best they can. So, you know, that's something that police are doing right now, clearing that school, as Elizabeth mentioned, preserving that what is now a crime scene and not a classroom or a school building.
And one that will take a long time to process and think of it as a classroom. Again, my stomach turns just thinking about those parents who are waiting, because it would be the most difficult thing to not be able to rush in and grab them and to wait. And I think there is a sense of peace when you hear from your students. So those who are potentially in middle school and certainly of high school ages would have cellular devices and ways to reach their parents, but those elementary kiddos, my kids don't have phones, and so I know that they're all on edge, and we're glad to see that those buses are making their way so they can be reunited with parents.
And we do want to turn it now to our Mark McPherson, who I believe is at that reunification site where parents are waiting. Mark, we heard earlier this morning from one parent who was briefly able to talk to her daughter on the phone, but have you been able to talk with any other parents who are on scene at that Dean Clinic reunification site?
No, we haven't come near any parents or kids so far, but if you look over my left shoulder, there are a couple of city buses, if you see them in the distance. They just pulled up. Those are the ones that Elizabeth was referencing just a few minutes ago. They just pulled into the parking lot of SSM Health here. We haven't seen any parents get on the bus or kids get off the bus, but we do believe the Reunification Center is somewhere just on the other side, either in SSM Health or in that blue building as well. We also just had a food delivery person come by because they brought sandwiches into that area. So they're getting food to either the parents' kids or even the emergency workers that are there. Again, we haven't seen any students get off those buses, but when they drove past us, we did see some students on those buses. So that's where they're coming in right now. I just pulled into the area a few minutes ago. The streets are closed off. We're on Buckeye Road right now. It's closed off at Stoughton. They're diverting traffic back onto Stoughton Road, and they're closed off in the other direction as well. So we're going to try to see where this reunification area is, maybe try to talk to some parents as well. But for now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you. And again, he is outside that reunification site. So if you're watching this right now, maybe you don't have a connection to Abundant Life Christian School saying, what can I do to help? I think that's something that many of us feel. One thing you can do is just to stay away from that area because they are trying to get those buses as quickly as possible with those students to the reunification site. So if at all possible, avoid East Buckeye Road today. Let the officers on scene direct that traffic to where it needs to go. I know it can be, I want to help, I want to bring something, but the students are in good hands right now. And so that's one of the best things that you can do, as well as pray. That's something that the school was asking for.
Yeah, we saw that in the message, and it's a Christian school, and it makes sense that they would be asking for those, the support of the community also through prayer. And so if you identify with that and would like to put that out there, there are so many 200 families who would appreciate it. Our Tabitha Bland is also out on the east side for us. We're working to get our afternoon crews into the mix to help out our morning crews who have been here working on this story since it broke at 10:57 a.m. Tabitha, looks like maybe you're at a fire department. Let us know where you are and what you're seeing there.
Yeah, we're at Fire Station 14 right now. We're waiting for the new 2:30 press conference brief. As you can see, I mean, it is absolutely packed in there. There's a lot of people that are eager to find out more information, including our team, and we will keep you updated on what we know as it continues. The last update that we do have from MPD is that 3 are dead in the Madison Abundant Life Christian School shooting this morning. We will keep you updated with what we find out. We are working to find out the responding agencies and just some updates on the injuries that have taken place. So we will be in this press conference here. I believe that some people from MPD, Chief Barnes, will be letting us know that information. But until then, we will be standing by here, getting the information for you, and we're going to send it back to the studio.
Tabitha, thank you. And we are planning to take that press conference live. So if you are with us and would like to hear in its entirety what Chief Barnes and potentially any others would share, we know ATF is there. They're trying to figure out where did the gun that was used come from. There could potentially be an update there. And we're hopeful that there will be an update on some of those who were transported with injuries.
And we saw Tabitha show us briefly just the amount of media gathered. You know, there are going to be crews from national outlets that will be in our own backyard today covering this story as it makes national headlines. Another school shooting in our country, something that we never want to happen here, but has happened. And now we have questions for how this all unfolded, what exactly happened. We've heard from the governor so far this morning. He shared his thoughts and prayers for this school. He also shared that the flags will be lowered to half staff in the wake of this tragedy. And he writes, as a mark of respect for the victims of the tragedy at Abundant Life Christian School, Governor Evers is ordering the flags to be lowered to half staff beginning now, immediately, until sunset on Sunday, December 22nd.
So many doing what they can, and that, of course, a mark of respect for the victims. Our Marcus Arsvold is on the east side as well. He is over near the school and church. We're going to check back in with you, Marcus.
I'm still on East Buckeye Road, and I'm talking to neighbors here about what it was like during the moments that no one knew what was going on. I spoke with one neighbor off camera who lent me his phone to show me what it sounded like when the sirens were going off. So I'm going to play that for you right now. And you can just hear it in this usually quiet neighborhood, the sound of something that was really alarming for everyone. So everyone here knew that something was happening, they just didn't know what. And talking to neighbors here, they said listening to what it's like to be so silent now is an eerie feeling for this neighborhood as we still try to put together what exactly happened here. I've talked to other neighbors who say nothing like this has ever happened before in this area. They say that it's been an extremely shocking morning and that this is something that they've often seen happen elsewhere on TV shows, movies, or on national news, but nothing that they've ever had in their backyard. For now in Madison, Marcus Arsvold, WMTV 15 News.
Marcus, thank you. We are getting feedback from many people across our community, and I do want to share a statement from Ben Wickler, the chair of WIS Dems, and I don't want to make this a political conversation, but we do know that the issue of gun control has been something that has been discussed for decades, going back to the Columbine school shooting and thinking about Sandy Hook and all of those that that I've been a part of covering in my years working as a journalist. And there's one thing that he wrote in his statement: we need gun violence prevention policies that live up to our values. And so I think that will be another not immediate discussion, but one that we see in the coming days as we learn more from ATF about this specific gun. We had a story about ghost guns recently that aired in our 10 o'clock newscast. It was an investigative piece, so certainly something that we, and I'm not trying to infer that that is what this was because we don't know anything about the weapon used, but we do know that this is a conversation that that has been ongoing for a couple of decades and certainly comes to the forefront whenever we see gun violence that results in someone's death.
And we had heard from Chief Barnes that the shooter in this shooting was a student, and so we do know that there are going to be questions on how did that student bring the gun into the school, what safety parameters are in place at the school, what could possibly change in the weeks, months to come in Wisconsin schools as part of this. This is a private school. They still have to follow state standards. So those are going to be questions that come out in the coming days. But we do know that Madison police and our law enforcement, they train for this constantly. I've done so many stories on different types of active shooter situations that they train for. And so those officers today using that training that they never thought they would have to use. Chief Barnes also saying earlier this morning, no police fired their weapon. So that was something that won't be part of the investigation. information now that we know that. So we're expecting to learn more information in the next 5 minutes from Madison Police. We're also being told that Madison Mayor Satya Rhodes Conway will be at this news conference, as well as the new Dane County Executive, Melissa Agard.
That's right. So we have the entire community and kind of all levels of government who will be there as part of this press conference, which again we're expecting at 2:30. The previous one did happen a little late, so we do want to let you know that we're not missing it if we don't go to it right at 2:30, but we will, once it is underway, take that live and bring that to you. Another thing I heard Chief Barnes talk about during his earlier remarks was just that there were EMS people training just down the road as this incident transpired, and I think the police department went through something just a few weeks ago, so he was discussing how they continuously prepare for and train and update their techniques to make sure that they're learning from other agencies and past experiences to have the best possible response if and when something happens here.
And it's not just police. You know, we also know paramedics are involved. Hospitals train for this too, to be able to take in several gunshot patients at one time. And so that's something that those nurses and those doctors are working just as hard to treat those patients. We know both SSM Health and UW Health have been taking in those patients. 6 people were injured. We know from Chief Barnes earlier today, minor to life-threatening. So it's possible we could get an update on the conditions of those patients in the next few minutes or so, or we may have to just wait in the coming hours for the latest. So, you know, it's something that all of these people train for because it is a reality that we live in.
And I think if you are watching and not understanding or are frustrated as to why we don't have this new information, the way that this works is they reach out to families first, and I hope that everyone can understand that you would never want someone to learn that a loved one was involved in something through our broadcast or social media. You want to be able to process that and make sure that it's handled in a way that is as appropriate as possible given the circumstances. And so once every family member of one of those victims, whether it's a casualty, an injury, or a death, is notified, then we do feel very confident that we will right away receive more information and be able to share that with you.
Now, we did just get a statement from Madison School Superintendent Dr. Joe Gothard. We know at one point that Madison schools were on lockdown, so I'm just going to read to you from my phone briefly this long statement from MMSD Superintendent Gothard. Our hearts are heavy with profound sorrow as we stand in solidarity with our friends and neighbors at Abundant Life Christian School during this extraordinarily difficult time. We are saddened by the lives lost, injuries sustained, and the emotional and physical trauma experienced during today's incident. He goes on to extend his sympathies, and then he goes on to further give us information on that lockdown. So looks like he says 9 of the schools were placed into a secure lockdown. That's part of their safety protocols. During that time, no one was allowed to enter or leave the building, and it was lifted at 1:15. So that's the latest from Madison School Superintendent. Abundant Life Christian School, not part of the Madison School District.
Correct, and still the ripple effects of having students there, and you can imagine even students who were placed on a secure hold and learning why they're going to have to process that as well, because this impacts everyone differently and of course has a wide-reaching breadth outside of the specific 200 families affected at Abundant Life Christian School. The superintendent did go on to say that for those of you who are parents in the Madison district, MMSD will continue to have classes as scheduled, so that's something just to be aware of. But I know their district, my kids' district, I would guess multiple around this area, are offering comprehensive resources. So if your student comes home and is upset, just know that there are staff. I mean, your husband acts as one of those in his district. There are staff at school who are trained in how to help students process what they may be feeling.
Yeah, my husband's a high school counselor in Janesville, and he works with all of the Madison area schools. They meet and they discuss best practices for something like this to happen. How can we support our students? Because I think that's something you have to know about educators, is they put those students first. And in situations like this, they are the ones that are going to answer your students' questions questions if you're not able to be with them right now. So parents that are watching, those teachers, they've trained for this. They're working very hard while they might be just as scared. And so they're doing, what they can. And so that's where we have to trust in our educators and all those special people that work in schools. Looks like we are taking a live look. It has not started just yet, but this is a live look at that press conference, which should get underway momentarily. We're expecting it to be a few minutes delayed just because of the magnitude of this, Lee.
And they're waiting for probably other people to filter in there, as they know, as Gabriella mentioned, national news outlets. I was tuning in to see CNN was covering this extensively during the hour that it first happened. We do know that Chief Barnes from MPD, we know Madison Mayor Satya Rhodes Conway. I can see there the PIO for Madison Police standing up in the green. We know that Melissa Agard, our new Dane County executive, so multiple stakeholders are going to be in that room addressing the media.
And our crews are in that room, so we will be asking the questions of what happened and who is hurt. Those are questions that we want to know as well, so we will be doing our best to bring you the information. Since this has transpired since 10:57 this morning, we have learned so much information. There's so much to uncover, but there's so much more to still learn and figure out here. And so that's what, we're expecting to learn here very shortly.
And I think outside of what we can learn from officials who are there processing the scene, working on the motive of what transpired, if you are a parent of a student at Abundant Life Christian School, or you know someone, and at any point, it doesn't have to be today, if you have something you would like to share with us about the school community, the culture, those impacted, we certainly would be interested in hearing that and sharing that with our viewers, because those are questions on all of our minds and hearts. But we also want to give those who are impacted the space to process what has happened today. And so just know that if you're in that group and at some point you feel compelled, you know how to reach us, and we would love to talk with you.
Yeah, we want to look for the helpers here today too, as we cover such a tragic situation. We know there are so many people working hard to help those who have been affected. And we just want to reiterate once more the Reunification site for families. If you are a parent or you know someone who is a parent who might be at work and they're not able to go to that Reunification site right now, that address is 1821 South Stoughton Road. It's the Dean Clinic. It's about a half mile from Abundant Life Christian School. So that's where they're asking parents to go to be reunified with their students. It's going to take some time. We believe they're starting with the elementary school students, working their way up to middle school and high school students, as this is a K through 12 school. So that's the address that you need to know. If you are not a parent or a guardian, this is the address you need to avoid today.
That whole area, I mean, really, if you could just avoid East Buckeye Road, Stoughton Road, unless you really have a reason to go there, so that first responders, crews processing the scene, and families all can have the ability to connect as soon as possible. If you are just joining us and you know this press conference is about to start, there were some conflicting numbers. Madison Police started with some data, adjusted it during the first press conference, then made a correction later. So I just want to reiterate that right now we know 9 victims in total, 3 people dead. That does include the suspect, whom we believe was a student at the school. That leaves 6 people injured. Chief Barnes 2 hours ago said that those injuries ranged from minor to life-threatening, so it's possible that we will get an update, and my hope would be that all 6 of them have been treated and are stable. But at this point, we just know that there's a wide range, but 9 total, and 3 people, including the suspect, dead.
And we do not know if they are students or staff.
Correct.
That's something that we hopefully will get answered here soon, because that is something that we have been trying to learn over the last few hours. And so this all started at 10:57 this morning. Just to update you from what Chief Barnes said earlier this morning, officers responded just before 11 this morning, finding multiple people who were shot. They also found the shooter, who they say is a student, dead on the scene. So police did not fire their weapons in this incident, according to Chief Barnes. We know that officers, once they arrived to that scene, they began life-saving efforts, doing what they can, what they've trained to do. And so that's really the limited details, what we know, what led up to this shooting, what has happened. And so that's what we know right now.
And our Mark McPherson is over at the scene right now near East Buckeye Road, the school. Mark, let's go back to you for an update on what you're seeing there.
Yeah, another bus just showed up just a few minutes ago. It's the fourth one since I've been here. I'm going to step out of the way and show you. They get a police escort down here. It is one of those extended large city buses, and it does have students in it. The previous three went back around the other side of SSM Health, which is where the reunification area is. As you mentioned, they're starting with the younger children and working their way up. But like I said, they all have a police escort, and it's the fourth one to get here so far. There is still a large police presence in the area. No one's allowed in or out of either this area or the parking lot while this reunification process is going on. It has to be excruciating for some of these parents. As you know, it's their parents' worst nightmare, something like this going on. And I know that police are trying to reunify families as quickly as they can, and I'm sure that's why they brought in such large buses. We haven't seen any of the parents coming in and out or students coming in and out at the moment. But again, another bus has just shown up here on scene. I know that we are going to go to the press conference as soon as the chief steps in front, so I'm going to send it back to you so that we're ready when the chief is ready.
Okay, Mark, thank you. Yes, we're waiting for the Madison fire chief to get to the location of that press conference, which is at one of the fire stations, Fire Station 14. In the interim, our chief political correspondent here, Vanessa Kelson, has been doing some research for us, and I just wanted to share this in the spirit of the conversation about guns and gun legislation and what, if anything, should be done. You know what, I'll share that with you in a minute because we want to go to Chief Barnes, who just stepped up to the podium here at Madison Fire Station 14.
This is the part where, again, I would normally start by saying good afternoon and thanking you for being here, but under these circumstances, I'll just give you a minute to start your live streams or do whatever you need to do. And while you're doing that, my name is Chief Sean Barnes, S-H-O-N-B-A-R-N-E-S. I'm currently the Chief of Police for the Madison Police Department. I'll be providing a brief update of the school shooting that we had today in Madison. There is some information that we're not going to release because it's still an ever-evolving situation. You'll hear from some of our representatives from our city and from our county, and behind me are a lot of people who came together today to make sure that the day ended well and that everyone else was safe. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and start my remarks. Today truly is a sad day for Madison and for our country. It is a day that I believe will live in our collective minds for a very, very long time. Here are the details. Today at 10:57 a.m., our team was called to the Abundant Life Christian School in reference to an active shooter. We know that 3 people are dead, including the suspect shooter. We know that the suspect shooter was a teenage student who attended the school. At this time, we're not releasing the age or gender of the student or any other identifying remarks about the student. 2 other people have died. That died were a teacher and a teenage student. 6 other people were injured. 2 students are now in critical condition in the hospital, and these injuries are considered life-threatening injuries. 4 students are also at other area hospitals with non-life-threatening injuries. But these are just the physical injuries that we know about. We know that this was the middle of the day, of a school day, and so there will be other injuries that we'll have to face for a very, very long time. And we're going to do everything we can as a community to heal those injuries as well. Many of you have asked me about the why of this. Why did this happen? What do we know? What was the motivation? I do not know. But I will tell you this, our detectives are working hard in the investigative process to find out as many answers as we can so that we can further prevent these things from happening, not only in this community, but in other communities around our country. I think we can all agree that enough is enough. And we have to come together to do everything we can to support our students, to prevent press conferences like these from happening again and again and again. The school building itself is clear. We have cleared the school. There's no other threats or danger to the community. We're in the process now of what we call reunification. And what that simply means is making sure that every student that was in the school is present and accounted for and returned to their loved ones. This usually takes a while, but we have practiced, unfortunately, and practice, and that's why we're able to reunify students with their parents within hours of a school shooting. The reunification is taking place at the Dean Clinic on Stoughton Road, and I certainly thank them for their help. Again, we need our public to find an alternate route. If that is your normal way home as we get closer to the end of the day, please be patient or find another route home. We're currently processing the scene. We're interviewing those who may have been witnesses, and we're obtaining search warrants to get additional information. And lastly, I want to just say thank you to everyone who's standing behind me, the organizations and agencies that they represent, the men and women of the Madison Police Department and Dane County Sheriff's Office who selflessly ran into a building not knowing what they were going to encounter. Many of you know this about me, but I started my professional career, if you will, as a public school teacher back in 1997. And I taught public school for 4 years. It was one of the greatest joys of my life before becoming a police officer. And I can tell you what a special place our schools are. With that being said, we owe it to our community to do everything possible to ensure that it's not only a special place, but a safe place as well. And we're going to continue to do that. So we ask for your patience as information is coming in. We will do the best that we can to bring you accurate and timely information, but we want to make sure that our public knows that we're working extremely hard on this particular incident. There are a lot of people involved, and certainly we're going to come together as a community. I'd like to bring up at this time Police Fire Chief Chris Carver.
Thank you, Chief Barnes. Before I start, the only thing I can say is this is not a place that any fire chief or any one of us would ever want to be. And I can't believe I'm standing here today talking about this incident. The fire department is a part of this community, much like all the folks standing up here with me today. Our hearts are with and our arms are around everybody impacted today and everybody within our community. With that, I won't repeat the details shared by Chief Barnes, but I will share with you the fire department activity for today. Much like Chief Barnes mentioned, at 10:57, we were also dispatched with Engine 5 and Medic 5 to the same location. Throughout the course of the incident, we responded with 5 engine companies, 4 ladder companies, 15 ambulances. I would like to take a moment and share our gratitude for our county partners throughout a multitude of EMS and fire agencies that joined us in the response today. We also had 11 off-duty chief officers that came in on this response. So it was a tremendous response from the fire department. We transported 4 patients to St. Mary's. We transported 3 patients to the University of Wisconsin hospitals. On the arrival of our crews, I can say my gratitude to our membership for what they did and their selfless actions today. It's hard for me to place into words what they ran into as well. They did that immediately, they did that selflessly, and within a course of 15 minutes from the first transport to the last transport, all the patients were on their way to the hospital. So to our membership within the Madison Fire Department and within all the emergency services, my gratitude, my recognition of the work that goes into this, the training that went into this, that again, we had hoped we would never have to put into practice. One more time on behalf of the Madison Fire Department, our hearts are with you, our arms are around you, and we will be with you throughout the duration of this. So at this point, I'll step aside, turn it over to the mayor.
Thank you, Chiefs, both of you. This is an incredibly sad day for our community. As you've heard, there is no danger to the community at this time, but our entire community has been impacted by this tragic incident. On behalf of the Common Council and the City of Madison staff, I want to offer our heartfelt condolences to the victims and families and to the whole Abundant Life community. Our focus now is on supporting them and supporting the victims and their families. And we will continue to do that through the coming days and weeks. I also want to thank our first responders, the police, fire, the medical staff, for their quick action and their life-saving efforts. As you've heard already, this is a whole of government response. It is not just police and fire. It is not just City of Madison. We have folks from all around the county. We have folks from multiple agencies engaged in both the initial immediate response and the ongoing support, and will be engaged for days and weeks to come. I also want to thank the White House and the governor and others in the federal government and state government for reaching out to offer their support and help. We will be drawing on resources as needed going forward. But the most important thing right now is to make sure that we are centering the victims and their families, and that we are doing whatever we can to support them and to help them heal, and to lift our entire community up through this difficult incident. I am on record that I think we need to do better in our country and our community to prevent gun violence. And I hoped that this day would never come in Madison. It is not something that any mayor, any fire chief, any police chief, any person in public office ever wants to have to deal with. And so I will ask our entire community and our entire country to do whatever we can to make sure that no public official ever has to stand in this position again. And now I'll invite the county executive to the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, our community is reeling from the heartbreaking and senseless tragedies at Abundant Life Christian School in Madison. As a mom who received a text from her son at a high school here in the city of Madison wondering if he was safe, I can tell you, this hits you in the gut. Our community is better than this. Our country is better than this. Cannot continue. My heart goes out to the victims and their families and the students and the educators, and the list goes on and on. Every one of us is affected by this unimaginable and unacceptable violence that has hit our community today. Dane County stands united in grief with the Abundant Life Christian School community. The Sheriff's Department, the Department of Emergency Management, Department of Human Services have all been on the front lines. My phone has been ringing from people across our state and our nation asking what it is that they can do to help our community. And right now, it is our time to be committed to supporting this school, these students, and these families, and our first responders who went into that building during this devastating time. We must work closely with our law enforcement officers and first responders, mental health professionals, community leaders, and policymakers to ensure that we are taking care of one another. No community should ever have to endure such a tragedy. And my administration is going to do everything that it can to provide assistance to those who have experienced this devastating loss, and also do everything that we can to prevent such tragedy from occurring. To all of those who are grieving in our community, please know that you're not alone. Dane County stands with you. We're here to support you in any way possible. Please reach out and ask for help. The governor's office, as well as the mayor's office, and I will continue to update the public as we learn more. But please understand, there are many things that we cannot share with you right now. This is an active investigation. This is an active case. The SSM Health Clinic near the intersection of Buckeye Road and Stoughton Road is the Reunification Center. I know that that has been out, but we need to make sure that folks know where it is that they can go to be reunited with their children. Again, in the coming days, we are going to make sure that we are supporting those that have been most impacted by this. But folks, reach out, ask for help. This does not need to be the reality of our community. Thank you.
All right, we'll start over here with questions. Just raise your hands.
Tell us, how did this unfold? Can you give us a bit of a timeline how your officers got into the building?
Sure. We received the call at approximately 10:57 a.m. Someone from the school called 911 to report that there was an active shooter. That means something different to us. Obviously, there's different protocols that go out, tone alerts even, so that even if officers are busy doing other things, they respond. One of the things that I do want to note is that our training center is about 3 miles from there. We have special event team medics, those that work with the fire department, responded to this particular scene from their training day. So what began as a training day became an actual day. And so that's how this call originally came in.
Nicholas, did you have a question?
What can you tell us, if anything, more about this shooter and what their motivations were, or have you made contact with their family members? Anything updated on that?
Sure. There's nothing new that I can tell you about the shooter at this time. Again, as difficult as today is, that's still someone's child that's gone. That's still someone that has to deal with what happened today. And so we want to make sure that we can ensure as much cooperation as we can. You asked me about why, as I stated before. I don't know why. And I felt like if we did know why, we could stop these things from happening. But what I will tell you is, as soon as we are done with the investigation, any information that we uncover that will not compromise the safety of anyone involved or compromise the confidentiality of any of these children that are involved, we'll tell you. I just ask for your patience.
All right, over there. Sorry, go right ahead.
Chief, what kind of gun was used today?
We know it was a handgun. We know a handgun was recovered.
All right, sit down right there.
Was the shooting confined to one classroom, or did it spread out throughout multiple?
We know it was confined to one space. I do not know if it was a classroom or a hallway. One of the things that we've gotten very good at, certainly different from in my day, is that if you do not need to be in a crime scene, you do not need to go to a crime scene. And so the crime scene and those persons who were involved, they have that crime scene locked down. I did not go or enter into that crime scene. But if you can imagine, most schools, the students go together, but they are segregated. So on each different floor, in each different group. And so there's no evidence that anyone else was injured that was not in the age group.
Danielle?
What can you say at this time about how school staff responded when the shooting started?
I cannot speak to how the school staff responded. You know, we did have injuries, but it could have always, of course, had additional injuries. I do not know what the school's protocols are. Again, this is a private Christian school. I know that we have a very good rapport with MMSD, Madison Metropolitan Schools, public schools. So we have done trainings for them before, but I would assume that most of the teachers have the same or some similar type of training as a part of their certification.
There's conflicting reports online about how many students are enrolled at the school. Can you confirm approximately how many students attend the school?
I do not know how many students attend the school, but their website says that they serve about 200 families.
Right in the back, white.
What kind of support systems are going to be made available to people who are affected by this?
That's a good question. As you heard from our mayor and our county exec, we have services within our government that will be made available to them. I have a lot of confidence that they're going to follow through on that, and we'll make sure that that persons who need to. Do you guys want to speak to that?
So Dane County Human Services, as well as the Red Cross and other consolidated agencies, are already on scene. And we will continue to be on scene, and those resources will be bolstered. Again, please reach out. You are not alone. We are going to navigate this together, and there are people who are affected by this trauma who are not in the Reunification Center or at the school. We need folks to be reaching out because we do have resources available.
Did you know if Abundant Christian Life School, did they have a school resource officer employed?
It's not my knowledge that they had a school resource officer. That if they did, it would be a police officer, and I know where they all are, and they're not in the schools right now.
15 in the back there.
So in terms of witnesses that you mentioned about investigation, what is that looking like, and how many
Sure.
witnesses are you guys speaking with?
Sure. So the detectives will talk to anyone who may have seen this particular event unfold, anyone that may have been unfortunate to hear something. They will be talking to them. It's my understanding that that's in process now, and everyone is cooperating fully. That will give us an idea of not only what unfolded, but it could answer the question to motivation, because again, the students who unfortunately had to witness this. But that's not something that we want to rush. We're not going to interrogate students. We're going to give them an opportunity to come in and speak to what they may have saw when they feel ready, which is why some of these questions can't be answered right now.
All right, Spectrum Room.
How do you reassure the community that it's still okay to go back to school? I mean, everybody's got kids, and I think, maybe it happened at this school, but there's everybody that's got a kid anywhere, right? This in Dane County, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, I think you're asking me, how can I say 100% that no child will ever be harmed in school? I can't. No police chief can. But all I can tell you is that we have systems in place so that if something happens, we can respond like we did today. I can tell you that our mayor and our county exec has committed resources to not only public health, but also mental health. I can tell you that every teacher that I've ever had contact with at MMSD cares deeply about their students. Every staff member, I talk to staff members all the time who tell me things that are going on in the schools and want to do whatever they can, even if it's under anonymity, to let me know that they want to have a safe school. So my reassurance to the public is that if you see something, say something. If you know someone who may be going through a difficult time, please reach out to someone. And I think what I can do is make sure that our police department is transparent and open and honest and inviting for people to call and give information. I think MMSD does an excellent job of that. And the same thing can be said for any other private school. If you want to give information or you need someone to talk to, I can promise you we'll have someone there to get that information.
Chief,
understanding that this is a private school you may not be as familiar with, what can you tell us about some of the physical measures that are in place in this school, whether it's metal detectors, secure entryway, cameras, et cetera?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've never been in this school, unfortunately. I'm not aware that there were metal detectors in the school. That's something that we can certainly look at. Most schools have some form of surveillance or public space cameras, but that will be, of course, part of the investigation process.
Scott?
Chief, can you clarify? You said 7 were injured, but 6 were hospitalized. Does that mean one's been treated or released? And secondly, is the shooter's family cooperating with the investigation?
Yeah, so it's 2 questions, but let me try to handle the first one. So I'm trying to go back to my notes. So we do know that 1 person was pronounced at the scene. And so that may be the 7th person, but we can get you all that information just when we're done. I'll have my PIO give that to you so you can report it accurately. And what was your second question?
Is the shooter's family cooperating?
At this time, yes.
Right there.
So you have made contact with the shooter's family?
We have.
And what were the steps taken to do that?
It's through the investigative process, okay?
Laura?
Yeah.
Is the shooter's home being searched? We've got some information that is ongoing.
Yes, obviously, once we have identified, we have initiated a search, but we think that search is either ongoing now or that search may be concluded. Of course, it's about safety. That's the first thing, making sure that people are safe, and then we'll go from there. This has been, an amazing day for everyone. And so if you have someone who is deceased, who may have been a shooter, you want to make sure that their family is okay. You don't know. And so that is what we're doing right now. It is about the safety of everyone. This is going to be a long day for the Madison Police Department. We just want some of your patience.
Are you aware, had the school had any prior threats? And then just, jumping off of that, do you know if the shooter had any prior contact with law enforcement?
We do not know that the shooter had any prior contact with law enforcement, but I did do a check of the school. There were some calls, but they were like 911 hang-ups, things of that nature. There was nothing that suggested that the school was a place that violence would occur.
Chief, I know that you mentioned that the shooter died of a self-inflicted gun wound. Did that happen before officers arrived at the school or when the shooter saw officers coming into the school?
Yeah, so let me say that the cause and manner in which the shooter died will be determined by the inmate. But what I can tell you is the shooter was dead upon our arrival, police department arrival, and no officers fired their weapons. Okay?
What are these search warrants you're executing, or are they at the residence on like the device the shooter had?
What do you, I'm sorry.
The extent of the search warrant.
Yeah, so the extent of the search warrant is to be able to go in a place that we don't have permission to be in and make sure that everyone is okay. And then if there's any evidence that we think we need to collect, we could only do that with the use of a search warrant. And so again, we have to determine if there is evidence that we will need. Everyone wants to know what led up to this. Are there any additional threats to public safety? Is this person or was this person by themselves? There are a lot of questions that we want to answer, but we have to answer the safety questions first, and then we'll move on to some of the more investigatory questions.
Are you in possession of any of the shooter's devices?
I am not, no.
I'm wondering about metal detectors. You mentioned in the first meeting that you were not a fan, and that this school probably doesn't have them. And do you know other schools that do? Do you think that that's something we should start talking about, metal detectors in schools?
I guess the question is, would you want your child to go to a school with or without metal detectors?
I can't answer that.
I can't.
Right now in a school without them.
Yeah, absolutely. So the idea is to create the safest environment that we can without metal detectors. That is my answer.
In the back,
Chief, this was a shooting at a Christian school right before the Christmas holiday. Can you address the impact of that? And is the Christmas holiday at all, in your belief, related to as a motivation for the shooting?
Yeah, so to the question of motivation, we don't know why, but to the question of so close to Christmas, we have a lot of people going to be impacted. If it's a Christian school, then obviously our holidays, our Christian holidays are very important to the students, very important. It's a time for family. Students probably getting ready to go out on break. And now the break will be a little less about celebrating Christmas than more about celebrating perhaps friends and loved ones and staff members who perhaps lost their life. That's why I'm asking everyone to, of course, keep Abundant Life Christian School in your thoughts and in your prayers, and we'll get a couple more, okay?
Okay, real quick, Phoebe.
So it's a private school that takes public money through the voucher system. So what has this revealed about maybe gaps in security or training for staff? Is that something you're thinking about whether schools that are private but take public money need to be, kind of on par with public schools when it comes to safety?
Well, what I'm telling you is that in 1997, I began my professional career as a public school teacher. I taught history for 4 years before becoming a police officer. So I did not get far enough to take courses in administration and budgeting of schools. I don't know what governs private schools, if they receive money, where that comes from. That would probably be a question that you would probably need to ask someone who's more intimately involved in the school system and what their requirements are if they do receive that. But you could probably compare what has happened or what goes on, their security measures, with the security measures of any school in MMSD, and then that may give you your answer. That's a very...
One very quick follow-up. As you know, there has been some criticism to other law departments in their response to these school shooting incidents, particularly Uvalde. How did that inform your game plan today, and how quickly were your officers able to get into the school? What were they told to do?
Sure. We train on this, as I spoke about earlier. When officers arrive on the scene, They immediately go in, which we did in this case. Stop the threat, stop the killing, find the killer. That's how we train. And that's exactly what we did today. There's no waiting. There's no coordination of who's in charge. Everyone knows exactly what to do. I spoke about this earlier. We train on this constantly. Our commanders, including the fire chief and I, was in a commander's training less than 2 weeks ago, going over this exact same scenario for another fictional location. And so all of that came into play today, and our officers performed extremely well based on their training and based on the expectations that they know exactly what to do. Stop the threat, stop the killing, find the threat.
Right. Perhaps with a follow-up, can we just do one more?
Hold
on, right here.
Thank you
Hello.
all.
Yeah.
I think the questions have been asked, and we're straying a little far from what's most important at this point in time, and that is the victims and their families. I have 3 things to add. First of all, there is a lot that our community can and will do in the coming days to support the victims and their families, and we will have more information at future briefings. If anyone, and I would urge you all to include this in your stories, if anyone needs mental health support as a result of this incident and the coverage of it, I encourage them to reach out to 988 by phone or text and to get the mental health support that they need. It is incredibly important that we take care of our community in this very difficult time. We all have a role in preventing gun violence. Our entire community needs to be part of the solution here. There are many things that we can do, and we can have those conversations in coming days. But first and foremost, what needs to be the priority for all of us is supporting our young people. And that is where our community's attention needs to turn at this point in time. The police department, the fire department, the city, the county will share additional information about the investigation as it becomes available. But I urge you all to help our community find resources to support their mental health and to find resources to support the victims and families at this time. Thank you all.
Where can people go to see your updates? What can we tell them to do?
It'll be at cityofmadison.com. Me, Stephanie, and Cynthia will stick around and answer any other questions, folks. That's all.
Let me say just before I go, because the mayor mentioned that this was a whole of government response. It certainly was, and there's so many people that we want to thank. We cannot thank everyone, but it's also a whole of law enforcement response. Even though we are in different agencies, we all have the same training. And so I want to thank our partners with the FBI who are here with me today, partners with the ATF, Dane County Emergency Management. Of course, we already talked about our fire department. We've got calls from the Attorney General of the United States, Wisconsin State Patrol, our governor's office, State Patrol, Monona, as well as our sheriff's office. I know I may have left someone out, but thank you for how you responded. Professionally, quickly, and according to the way that we all train, and it all came together to ensure that no other persons were hurt. Thank you.
Chief, can you just say what time you guys made entry? We just want to nail that detail down.
10:57.
But that's the time we made
That's the
entry.
call.
They started in 1 minute?
We'll work on getting that, so our next,
How long did it take should they arrive to the scene if we raise back? They received the call at 10:57.
yeah, so I will work on getting that information for our next media briefing. We plan to meet here at 5:30 tonight, and I will work on getting that information.
Do you know how many search warrants were executed?
I don't have that information. I can see if detectives are able to share that number later.
Okay, and also have they checked his social media at all?
That is something.
Are seeing the press conference there wrap up. You heard staff with MPD saying the next briefing is at 5:30. We did learn a number of things in this press conference, so just to point out a couple of really important notes. We know someone at the school inside the building called 911. That was that 10:57 call in. We also know that the suspect is a teen. We didn't learn any other identifying factors, but that teen used a handgun. We do know that about the weapon, and there was a little explanation which was maybe hard to follow about the location in the school. I believe, Gabriella, correct me if you understood this differently, that the chief was explaining that it was in a specific area with a certain age group, because while it's K through 12, they're in different areas of the building, and so this high school student went in with a handgun to an area with other teens. We're not able to break it down outside of teens, but know that that was the age group that was involved.
Chief Barnes called it a confined space, and he also shared with us, we are just learning, one teacher died and a teenage student also died. The teenage student suspect dead as well. So a teacher and a teenage student are dead, and 2 students are fighting for their life right now. They have life-threatening injuries and they're being treated at UW Health. 4 other students have non-life-threatening injuries. So in total, 6 students were injured in that confined space where this shooting happened. Again, we don't know where in the school that this happened, but 1 teacher and a teenage student were killed by another student.
And in terms of those other 2 who are fighting for their lives, we know that 2 were transported to UW Hospital. That is a level 1 trauma hospital, so it's likely that those 2 are there, and the other 4 are being treated at St. Mary's, the other hospital we know has been involved today. And so our hearts go out to all of those, the families of all of those involved. We know that right now detectives are talking with witnesses who were there, and also others who may have heard or seen something before today, who might be able to shed light on what happened. You heard him talk about search warrants, so likely trying to search at the teen suspect's home and other areas just to gain more information, because obviously they can't have a conversation with that person anymore, but others in that teen suspect's life who may be able to shed light. And you heard the mayor mention 988. That is the mental health hotline. So aside from resources your students could have at school, or if it's after school hours, 988 is a great resource to use.
I think one question that many of us have is why? Why did this happen? And Chief Sean Barnes said that he does not know. And that's something that he emphasized that his detectives are working to figure out, is what exactly happened? What was the motivation here? Could something have been done to prevent this tragedy from taking place? So he says that as they speak to those other students who were in that space where the shooting happened at Abundant Life Christian School, that the detectives do not want to rush this process, want to be mindful of what those students witnessed and get as much information as they can from those other students. And the mayor echoing Chief Barnes' sentiments, Satya Rhodes Conway, saying that there is not a mayor in this country that ever wants to be dealing with something like this. And here we are facing this as a community.
And I know a lot of people on both sides of the aisle politically are reaching out, providing statements, a lot of opinions about what can be done next to address this specific issue of gun violence. We also know already Dane County Human Services and the Red Cross were already on the scene, so they are giving help to those families who are involved, and the 200 families who are members of this church and school community and directly impacted today. You heard things like enough is enough. Chief Barnes said we need to better support students. So I think that'll be another topic of conversation. And you may have caught in there, he was saying if you see something, say something. And there is a state program called SUSO, or Speak Up, Speak Out. And you can look it up. There's a text number. I'm not going to just say it because you may not be able to write it down, but if you search SUSO or Speak Up, Speak Out, there's a Wisconsin program where you can send in a tip, make a phone call, text. It can be anonymous, and it's just so that authorities can investigate any and all concerns. This is not to place blame on anyone who didn't reach out. It's more, how can we as a community, as individuals, process and think, you know, what can I do in the future And so that's another good resource for everyone in the community to be aware of.
Now, Chief Barnes also shared an update on what's happening at the school right now, saying the school building is clear. There is no threat at the school anymore. And so what officers are doing right now is working to account for every single student, every staff member, every teacher that was inside the building at 10:57 and make sure that that they know where they are now and reunite them with their family as they can. So that's what's happening at that school right now. Still a very, very active scene.
And our Tabitha Bland was in Fire Station 14 helping us get that that press conference out to all of you, and she's standing by now. Tabitha, anything you would like to add to this conversation about your experience? You stayed in the room after we broke away from that live picture to continue those questions with the PIO for Madison Police.
Definitely. I think it's important to understand the feeling that we feel here at Station 14 today. You know, there's a lot of people in this room asking a lot of different questions, and those answers are coming, but that information is tough information to share. Chief Barnes started by taking the podium. He let us know that one teacher is dead, that one teen student is dead, as well as the teen shooter. The gender and exact age of that shooter is not yet known, but they are also dead. We also found out that there are 2 students that are in critical condition with life-threatening injuries and others injured as well with non-life-threatening injuries. I think that it's important to note here that that information, we focused on investigation. Chief Barnes mentioned that that investigation is something that they're working on, but it's not something that they plan to rush as they talk with witnesses and try to understand what happened after they got the call at 10:57 this morning and responded. So we will stand by here. There's another press briefing at 5:30 in this exact space. We will be here bringing you all of the new information as it comes in. But until then, Tabitha Bland, WMTV 15 News.
Tabitha, thank you. We know the next media briefing at that same location will be in about 2 hours and 15 minutes as police continue to do their work. 2 other notes about the shooter. The police chief did say the shooter's family is cooperating and also did a quick check of their records and said at this point it doesn't look like there was any previous police contact between the suspect and officers.
So as we've been waiting for information, parents of Abundant Life Christian School students have been waiting to be reunited with their children. Let's now go to our Mark McPherson, who is live from the Reunification site. Mark, hopefully you've seen some parents and children leave together within the last half hour or so.
Yeah, Gabriella, we have just in the last half hour, we've seen probably 6 or 7 families leaving. Just to give you an idea of what it looked like, one parent left with a kid who was wearing a jacket that looked to be their parents' that was dragging on the ground. Another mom showed up with just a T-shirt. She didn't have a jacket either. That just gives you an idea of how hectic this situation is. I'm sure as soon as she got the call, she rushed to the school as fast as she can and didn't even think about a coat. But the last bus showed up about a half hour ago to give you an idea of the process. Someone gets on the bus, they're on it for about 10 minutes or so. They then get off the bus, followed by the students, and they go directly into Dean Clinic there. With the last bus that came through, we talked about the kids that were coming off the bus. They look to be about late elementary school age. That's about the oldest that we've seen come here so far. But in the press conference, the chief did mention this is a process. They want to make sure everyone is accounted for. So I'm sure they're getting all the names, making sure they reunite them with their parents in this process. The chief started off the press conference by saying it's not only a sad day for Madison, but a sad day for the country as well. I have gotten multiple text messages from friends and family all over the country wishing us well today. This is a story that the whole country is watching right now. And on the smaller level, the focus right now is getting these kids reunified with their parents. We haven't seen another bus probably for the last half hour. We'll stay on scene to see if we can talk to any more parents or see if any more buses show up. But until then, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you. I think you hit the nail on the head that it's just a profound impact, not only on those families, but on our entire community and so many across the country reaching out. I have a teacher friend in Ohio who sent me a note and has gone through the same training and same feelings. And we know there are so many all across the country holding Madison in their hearts tightly. And certainly, more than anything, the families of these students who are really just dealing with something unimaginable.
And so where our Mark McPherson was that Reunification Center. Again, if you are a parent or a caregiver who are just learning this information, we want to give you that address, 1821 South Stoughton Road. It's the Dean Clinic. It's right at that intersection of South Stoughton Road and East Buckeye Road, about a half mile from the school. They have been busing, as Mark just shared with us, busing those students from the City Church Madison, which is on the campus at Abundant Life Christian School, to that Reunification Center. So if you are not a parent or anyone involved with Abundant Life Christian School, you're being asked to stay away from this area at this time. Chief Barnes reiterated that this school is now a crime scene and they need to be able to get their investigators and their detectives to that school, as well as be able to get any parents who are trying to reach their children inside that Reunification Center. And so that's something that, you know, as we heard Mark say, some families are able to hold their little students tight tonight, their children, and there are some families who are not able to do that today. And so that just kind of gives you an idea of what this school is going through right now. Classmates won't be able to see some of their classmates again for some time, and so this is going to be something that takes a long time to heal from. And we heard from the school earlier today. The only thing we've heard from them so far is they're asking for your prayers. They're a private Christian school, and they're now turning to their faith during this time.
Another way that you can get involved if you feel to show any sign of solidarity with these victims. We know that the Boys and Girls Club of Dane County is holding a candlelight vigil. Now, this will be tomorrow, Tuesday at 6 p.m. at the Vel Phillips statue. So that's right there on the state capitol, on the square, right on the state capitol grounds. And so that'll be a way to bring people together. We know that a lot of the people who were just at that press conference will be in attendance, but it is a community candlelight vigil. So anyone who would like to turn out and just be there to support families and in honor of the victims today, that is tomorrow at 6.
Yeah, if you're feeling like you need to hold someone close and be in community after you're seeing this news, that's one option for you. Another option, which was reiterated by Dane County Executive Melissa Agard, is 988, the hotline, the suicide lifeline that's available 24/7, text, call, by website as well. And so if this is heavy news for you, if you may be struggling or know someone who might be struggling listening to some of these details, those are resources for you that we want to make sure you're aware of during what is hard for us to be reporting, Lee. It's difficult for us to be sharing this information, but those are resources that are available 24/7 for you.
You heard Chief Barnes say, as he had finished detailing the injuries from the victims and those they were responding to help, he said, this is just the physical injuries. We know that there are other injuries, and he means the mental health and injuries to your psyche and your heart and emotions, and this will impact everyone differently. And so just know that my hope is that we as a community can come together and support each other, because there will be a lot of people in need and a lot of kids with very tender hearts who, you know, struggle like we do as adults to understand what has happened, but you know, it's different for kids. And so hopefully you can hug those kids. I'm gonna give my boys a big hug when I get home. I keep thinking, oh, I wish I could call and check in on them, but I know they're fine. But it's that parent heart of you just, you know, you feel so thankful that your kids are safe, and it's just so unfair that there are families who face a different reality tonight. And so anything we can all do to support them. Our Tabitha Bland, I believe, is standing by at Fire Station 14 with an update for us there. Tabitha?
Yeah, people are starting to clear out of Fire Station 14. Again, just reiterating, this is a tough thing for us to be here talking about. It's a tough thing for Chief Barnes to talk about, for the fire chief to talk about. Everyone is here with heavy hearts today, and that's why the flow of information is coming, but they are asking for patience from us. We were given a chance to ask one question as we went around the room, and we will continue to ask those questions that everyone is wondering. I mean, I have pages and pages of notes of the unanswered questions that we we are hoping to find out. They will have another media briefing here at 5:30 p.m. where we will continue to ask those questions. But again, we did receive an update from them that 3 are dead and others are in critical condition. They are working on the investigation now. They're trying to figure out what exactly happened this morning, why it happened, and they said that they will continue to give us that information here as they find out more. But for now, in Madison, Tabitha Bland, WMTV 15 News.
Tabitha, I do want to ask you a question. You are one of our local reporters who is there covering this, but we know that there are reporters from all across the country, national outlets. Can you give us an idea of who was in that press conference earlier today?
I mean, I think the safest thing to say is everybody. I mean, we have people from PBS, we have lots of national coverage here, as well as our local coverage. I think that this is something that has just made wake across the nation because, as many people mentioned in this press conference, you know, this is a national issue that we're facing. Schools across the country have seen this, and I think the biggest thing here is now it's happening in Madison, which is a surreal feeling for me here, a surreal feeling for you at home and for you guys in the studio, as well as every single person that responded, many different agencies that responded today.
All right, Tabitha, thank you, and we'll continue to check in with you throughout the rest of the afternoon. We do want to go back to something that Madison Mayor Satya Rhodes Conway mentioned in her remarks. She said that the city of Madison will be drawing on any federal resources, that she's been in touch with both Governor Evers and the White House, President Biden. So there is federal and state support coming to our city to support those victims and their families. As this story is making national headlines, there will be that federal and state support. We don't know exactly what that might look like just yet, but those communication channels between our local government and our state and federal governments have started to begin.
And I'm just bringing up one of our rundowns because I know that there have been a number of lawmakers who have also reached out. We're working to put a number of those statements together. So once our normal newscast starts at 4, we will have some of those statements to share with you. Lawmakers from both sides of the aisle who have things to share today in light of what happened. Also, I know Senator Johnson is one of them who represents Wisconsin, and Mark Pocan, our congressional congressman here in 2. In fact, we have a statement up now from Senator Ron Johnson. He says, quote, "My sincere apologies and prayers for all the victims of the tragedy at Abundant Life Christian School."
And then this statement comes, as Lee mentioned, from Congressman Mark Pocan, who said, quote, "We will continue to monitor the situation and offer any assistance we can provide to our first responders." We also have heard from Governor Tony Evers today, who had shared that all flags will be at half staff until Sunday as a show of respect for the victims, the 2 people who were killed in this school shooting. So the governor also sharing a statement. The governor, Lee, an educator himself, that's how he got his start in public office. So this is something very close to Governor Evers, knowing so many educators across the state.
Yeah, he was the DPI, school secretary here in Wisconsin, prior to Dr. Jill Underly, the current superintendent of schools, who did release a statement earlier today as well, talking about, oh, there we go. No student or family should have to deal with this. And Governor Evers saying, "We are praying for the kids, educators, and entire Abundant Life School community as we await more information."
And it's likely that you've heard from your school district. If you are not a parent or a student at Abundant Life Christian School, we've heard from Madison School Superintendent Dr. Joe Gothard sharing, his condolences with this community, also sharing an update that 9 schools within the Madison School District were placed on a temporary lockdown, placed into secure lockdown. That's part of their safety safety protocols. That lockdown was lifted at 1:15, and everything at Madison schools will continue as scheduled for the rest of the day. One thing we don't know right now, Lee, is what's next for Abundant Life Christian School. Likely they will not have school tomorrow, but what resources might be available? Will the school be open? Those are all questions that we're trying to figure out in the wake of all of this.
And I know my kids, as I've told people before, attend Middleton Cross Plains Area School District. They sent out a note very shortly after this started, reassuring everyone was safe. But yes, I think multiple districts outside of Abundant Life reaching out to their parent population just to make sure that everyone knows that they're keeping an eye on it and working to protect our students as best as they all can. And I want to go back out to Mark McPherson, who has been at the Reunification site for the last few hours. Mark, any updates for us there?
Yeah, Lee, there's several more families have since come out of the clinic since our last live shot. Another bus has showed up, so I'll step out of the way and show you. It always comes with a police escort of about 3 police cars. Someone does get on the bus to talk to the students briefly, and then the students are escorted off the bus. The latest group that just came through did look a little bit older than the ones that came before it. So as we heard earlier in the day, they're starting with the youngest kids and working their way up. This is about the 7th bus to come through, and they have about 20 students per bus. And they've been coming through about every half hour since I've been here. They started probably around 1:30 in the afternoon. The chief mentioned in his press conference that this is a process, that they want to make sure all the students are accounted for. And that's why they're doing this, I'm sure, as slowly as they are. It's going to take a while, but if we looked at the age group that just showed up, it looked about late elementary school, so that's where they are in the process. If anything happens here, we'll keep you updated, but until then, we'll send it back to you.
Mark, thank you for the update there. I do want to also let families know we received information from Verona Police. There's no threat in Verona, but I wanted to share with you because it's possible that other local jurisdictions will be doing the same thing. They said you may see an increased police presence at or around schools this afternoon and the rest of the week. We're providing extra security as a result of today's school shooting. There are no known reported threats at any of our schools. This was specifically in Verona, but I want to assure all parents out there, if you see increased patrols, at this point, know that it is out of an abundance of caution, as what we've seen, what unfolded earlier today.
Yeah, and as you may be going to a different school tomorrow morning to drop your child off, and seeing that police officer there may provide some sense of security. As many parents are going to be facing that tomorrow morning as they do take their kids to school that are not part of this school. That's something that they'll have to have a conversation tonight of, here's what happened at a school in Madison, and here's what we know, and here's what we're going to do tomorrow, and that's going to be a hard conversation to have, especially, Lee. You know, this was the last week for these students right before Christmas break, and you know, that week for so many students is filled with class parties and cookies and all the happy things, and now this school is facing just such an immense tragedy as they have to, you know, process this right before Christmas and hopefully be with loved ones around this time. That might be some good that comes out of it, is seeing family that they haven't seen in some time. So for those students, you know, their week looks very different than what they thought when they got to school Monday morning.
And most likely a lot of schools around the area are having some of those conversations with students, as you said, when you only have a couple days left before break and you're having music share and, you know, celebrations in your classroom. This is not what you would expect it to be discussing, although I think that it is wise, and we've done stories in the past about, you know, what can we do when you feel out of control, that you can't control other people and you don't know if a tragedy could happen at any point that impacts you. What we've learned as we cover tragic stories is that you can only control what you can control, and preparedness is a huge part of that. And it's why they do the drills. It's why we have the Office of School Safety. They monitor compliance from districts in terms of everything from a tornado drill to an active shooter drill. And while that can be difficult to wrap your heads around as a parent, knowing the conversations that are going to happen at home after, it is important that kids are prepared, that they know what to do in a situation that can induce a lot of panic. And so I think that's what we try to focus on in our house too, is you can run through any kind of scenario, a fire at your house, what would you do? If you're home alone, what would you do? And all of those things can hopefully give kids who are understandably very nervous and upset today a little peace of mind that they have a plan and that they've talked that through with a trusted adult.
And we have seen today, you know, our law enforcement, our paramedics, our fire station all come together and enact that plan that they have trained for over the course of months. Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes said 2 weeks ago police did a training, and just this morning paramedics were doing an active shooter training, and so they do train for this. And so there was a plan that was enacted when that call first came in, and so there are questions, of course, of what happened and what could have been done, but from what we know so far, as much that could have been done was done this morning to respond in a timely manner, to locate that gun, to locate those students, to administer life-saving measures where possible. And so that's something that, you know, we'll learn more about in the coming days, this investigation, as police begin to learn more. But Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes says he's not trying to rush that process. The focus right now is, as you said, not the physical injuries, but the emotional injuries as well, as we try and figure out where do we go from here.
And we've covered, unfortunately, a number of school shootings. As you were talking, I was thinking of Uvalde and the fallout from their different kind of response, for lack of a better word. And so I think the timeline being so tight, knowing the call came in at 10:57, knowing that the areas were cleared shortly thereafter, victims transported, I think we can at this point assume and feel good about that response. And you can see a lot of people on social media thanking those first responders because, as you heard Chief Barnes say, they don't know what they're walking into. And they make that choice to go in because they want to protect the students and the staff. And you think about those teachers who are in those rooms who never want to believe that a threat could be presented for them, but who, you know, you hear stories time and time again of them putting students first, of putting themselves between the students and harm's way. And so I think as the days unfold after this, we will hear more stories of what transpired and the beauty of humanity that can often come after a tragedy like this.
And we've already seen it happen in this neighborhood where this school is located. We want to play a bit of an interview from a neighbor that we spoke with earlier today.
I didn't want to believe it. First, I thought it was an accident. And then when I heard shooter, maybe that's when the reality of this really sunk in.
And our Elizabeth Wattis was on scene talking with some of those neighbors. She talked with several of them who say that, you know, they watch those kids go to school every day, get dropped off at that school. And so this hits home for many of them. One neighbor that she spoke with says that their children are graduated from Abundant Life Christian School, and so he can't imagine this happening at the place where his children went to school at one point. And so you're looking at some scene video from earlier this morning, but we know there is still a very large presence on scene at this school right now. This just gives you an idea of the response. And that parking lot that you're looking at, the Abundant Life Christian School parking lot, we know that police now have to secure that parking lot, and that is going to take some time. You've got teachers and staff who have cars there. You know, students, as Mark mentioned, he saw students without their coat because they were just filed out of the building. So there's a lot of items and there's a lot of things left behind in an effort to get to safety. So all of this will take some time now to not only reunite parents and their children, but reunite staff with their cars and teachers with their belongings and figure out what is evidence, what isn't. And that's going to take some time. So parents watching this saying, why am I still waiting to see my child? Unfortunately, that's why. And they're starting with the younger students, we believe, and working their way up to those high school students.
That's right. We saw some of the youngest of students Elizabeth talked about on that first bus over. So we're assuming they're going, you know, up in grade or age as they work to reunify parents with their children and clear the scene. And like you said, the scene is large because it's not just that school building, but it's that parking lot in addition, the surrounding area, as officers try to piece together what happened leading up to that call at 10:57. I think we're going to show some more video from the scene here, and you can just, the first thing that strikes me is just the number of vehicles with flashing lights, the heavy presence, the huge response from many different agencies. And the fire truck reminds me, I wanted to point out, you saw Chris Carbon, the fire chief for Madison Fire. He did talk about their transporting. You may not know that the ambulances in the city are stationed at each firehouse. I think he referred to them as a rescue. But so they are, the fire department, responsible for sending an ambulance in addition to an engine truck or a ladder truck, which would be for firefighting. So you have those rescue paramedics who are stationed at each fire department, and that is the reason for the fire response there, is that they are working with police to transport the victims then to area hospitals.
Because when officers arrive to that first call, they do not know what they are walking into, and so that's why there is that such large response, so that time is not wasted to bring in other resources. And earlier today we saw some video from up above, some aerial views using our drone camera, and that kind of gave you an idea of just how large this campus is. If you're not familiar with Abundant Life Christian School, it's a private school, K through 12. We don't know the enrollment. Someone asked that in that news conference. We are not able to confirm just how many students go there, but we know it serves about 200 families, and some of these families, while the school is in Madison, they live in other parts of the area, and they commute to this school because it's a Christian school. So this might give you an idea of where it is if you're not familiar with the east side. East Buckeye Road is where that school is located, the 4900 block, and then that Reunification Center that we've been talking about, South Stoughton Road and East Buckeye Road. The Reunification Center is that Dean Clinic. That address is 1821 South Stoughton Road. So that's where they're asking families and caregivers to go to reunite with their children.
Just looking at the proximity there and thinking the church there as well. And like you said, I know that there are families all over who will travel a large distance when they find a private school that they're interested in attending. And so while those locations are pinpointed on the east side, the direct impact to those 200 families, which is listed on the website for the school, so that's what we're going off of right now, could be from anywhere in the Dane County area or even beyond. I know there's a private school in Lake Mills that has people from the west side of Madison attending, and so your population can cover a really large ground.
And as it's 3:41 now, this call came in at 10:57, so this is something we've been following all throughout the day, and we're going to check back in with our Mark McPherson, who is at that reunification site. He's been on scene for over an hour now. Mark, again, we're hoping more parents and students are being reunited right now.
Yeah, more and more families are coming out of this clinic. Mostly the smaller children are leaving with their parents. Another bus just showed up about 10 minutes ago with older students still that are coming here to the health center. And another bus is actually just showing up right now. Maybe we can pan over and get a look. It's a little difficult. There's a lot of media from all over the country here, but those are the buses that are coming in, again, with the police escort every time. They've been coming steadily since about 1:30. Have been coming every half hour. We do know that there was, we were just told there was a food delivery here of several hundred sandwiches that were delivered. So I'm sure that is for the parents and the students, as it's taking a long process. We know that the school is secure, but as they're taking them about a couple of dozen at a time, it's going to take a while to get all the students from the school to this reunification center. But again, parents came very early in the day when they were told about this. They were told to come here for reunification, and slowly but surely they're being reunified with their parents and the students. Again, the police chief in his press conference said this was going to be a process. They want to make sure not just to reunify all of the students and parents, but they have to make sure all the students are accounted for. They think they have them all accounted for, but they want to make doubly sure, and they want to make sure they get them with their parents. So the waiting game has to be very difficult for these parents. It has been several hours now, but it is slowly still trickling in here, and we're going to stay on scene and bring you any updates as soon as we have them.
You think about the timing, I mean, we're going on 4.5 hours since most of these parents likely knew that there was something going on at their school. It is a really long waiting game, but as you heard the chief address the process, asking for everyone's patience, for the media in terms of our questions, for families in terms of just allowing this reunification process and the clearing of the scene and the conversations that need to be had to play out so that detectives can do their best work and get us answers about what happened and why.
And you saw those buses there. So those are Metro buses, City of Madison buses. And we did receive an update from Metro earlier today. There might be a delay because of the use of those buses for those students. So if you have to wait for the bus today, that's why. And you know, those buses are being put to good use right now as students are safely being taken from that secure location to that reunification site so that they do not have to walk in the cold, that they can be with their class, with their teachers, and all be together. And that's a way that officers are able to, as Mark mentioned, account for every student and account for each class. Because K through 12, that's a lot of different grade levels, and that's a lot to process. So Metro, you know, doing their best with less buses in other parts of the city, and that's because we know at least 3 buses are there transporting students along East Buckeye Road to that reunification site.
And doing your due diligence to make sure that every single student is accounted for after that initial count. But this is a great way for them to do that secondary check and feel very confident that the numbers they originally reported are accurate. If you are just joining us, maybe you worked and are just getting home, or families getting home from school, did want to give you an update and want to just warn that any families with children who are turning on the news that obviously this is a very heavy day. But if you are joining us now, we do know that 3 people were killed in a shooting at the school there, that the suspect is one of the 3 dead, a teen student, 2 others dead, a teacher and another teen student. There are 6 injured. We know that 4 have non-life-threatening injuries, but we do know that 2 are still in critical condition. They have life-threatening injuries. They're fighting for their lives right now. Those are also students. So a number of families traumatically impacted today. We know the suspect had a handgun. We know the suspect's family is cooperating with police, did not have previous contact with police, who are, you know, continuing their investigation, but the #1 focus and priority is on the victims and their families. And if you know one of them, we just hope that you are wrapping your arms around them in what will be a very long process of grief. We've heard different iterations of grief from law enforcement to different city personnel, but it is a very heavy day for Madison and the community, for those who are just watching and certainly for those directly impacted.
And you know, Chief Barnes said in his opening remarks when he spoke to the media around 12:30 today, he called it a sad, sad day, not just for Madison, but for our country. And so if you're watching your local news tonight and then you see your national news, Madison likely will be one of the top stories, as this is a school shooting that happened in our own backyard, something that we as journalists never want to be reporting on, and something that the City of Madison Mayor Satya Rhodes Conway says no public official ever wants to be dealing with, but they do have a plan in place, and they're activating that plan right now, again focusing on supporting the victims and their families. That's something that was reiterated several times, and that's why, if you're watching us and wondering why don't we know more, well, a lot of that information right now is being, you know, focused on those victims and their families. Police are not releasing any more information about the teacher or the teen student who were killed. We don't know anything more about the teen shooter. So those are all details that we will learn in the coming days, but that the officers are protecting right now as part of their investigation.
And we have heard from Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes multiple times today. If you're just joining us, we're going to play something from his press conference just about an hour and 15 minutes ago.
This usually takes a while, but we have practiced, unfortunately, and practice, and that's why we're able to reunify students with their parents within hours of a school shooting.
The chief addressing the process that is now underway. The first job was to clear the school. Officers did that. They did multiple sweeps, not just one clearing, but multiple. The second part is the reunification process, which does take a number of hours, but they've been working on that for the last few hours. And then we know the third step is kind of that next level of the investigative approach, which does include those search warrants they're working to get so that they can look for any evidence outside of that school property that they're also continuing to clear.
Yeah, many people are asking, why did this happen? What was the motivation here? That's something we do not know right now. Madison police are looking into. Was there any warning signs? Again, information we do not know, but those questions are being asked, and Madison police are looking into that using their detectives. Chief Sean Barnes even saying, you know, I'm staying away from the crime scene right now because I need my detectives to be there and to get those answers. So they're being careful on what they're releasing, but because they're working to confirm everything that they're learning.
And I think we have people in the community. I had a couple people ask me directly while I was trying to get into work why we don't report certain facts. There are other additional details that our crews that we have heard from sources we have who reach out. We don't report things that we're hearing unless it's coming from an official source. It is really important that the information we're giving you is on the record, confirmed information. And so if you're hearing things about the suspect, about where it happened in the school, just know that our reporters are working through that information. It's part of what you do as a journalist is you take all the information in, you look at the sources, and then you make sure that what we're sharing is good information, and we're working hard to do that for you.
And we're going to go back now to our Mark McPherson, who is at that reunification site. Mark, have you seen any more buses pull through within the last 10 minutes with more students?
Yeah, no, nothing new from last time we talked, but I'll step out of the way because more families are leaving the clinic right now. Again, parents holding their kids tighter as they walk out of that clinic today. There's been a steady flow of buses coming in since about 1:30 in the afternoon. We haven't seen one probably for about the last 10 or 15 minutes, though, and there have been parents and families trickling out little by little over about the last 45 minutes probably. It is calming down a little bit out here. We're not sure yet how many students are left in the school. As we said earlier, they were going to start with younger kids and work their way up. It is a K through 12 school. We haven't seen any middle school or high school age kids leaving the bus just yet, so I'm wondering if there are still some students left back at the school. But for now, it looks like some parents are leaving. Some students did just go inside the building. We'll keep you updated as we learn more, but until then, we're going to send it back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you for the update there. And I do want to also let everyone know as we near the 4 o'clock hour, we have multiple crews. You just saw Mark. Tabitha's at the fire station. We have Elizabeth down near the school, Marcus. So we will have team coverage during our newscasts at 4, 5, and 6. And those crews right now are working to gather updates that they can share with us at 4 o'clock. So we're giving them a little time to do some work, but just know that we have 4 different crews that I'm counting who are right now working very hard to get some new information.
And some stories, you know, all of this is really heavy to process, but we have been hearing some positive stories today. Our Elizabeth Wattis actually showed us earlier today a parade of therapy dogs that were brought into the school where students were waiting, that church, and there were all these therapy dogs who were able to provide that comfort to those young students, even the older students too, who have questions. We saw police drop off pizzas for students that had to miss lunch because they were taken away from their school too quickly to have their lunch. We saw a delivery to where Mark just was at the reunification site of trays of sandwiches to make sure those students are being fed. So while all of this is going on, there is a focus from police and from law enforcement and the school to make sure that those students and the staff are being taken care of because there's so much that they're trying to process, and little things like a pet from a dog or a sandwich can sometimes really bring a lot of comfort during what is such a scary time for those students.
It's been really touching to see the entire community come together. When you look at Madison Metro Bus, when you look at, you know, the different agencies, Dane County Health, they're all coming together and working really hard, and the officers with those dogs. And you know that you know, offers a little respite and helps students often process what they've witnessed, or even if they didn't witness something. Those gunshots were loud. We talked to some people down the street far away who could hear. So you can imagine that you don't have to see anything to still be traumatized about what happened. And so to know that there was that quick of a response, Chief Barnes talked about, I think he's very proud of the response of his team and the community working together to immediately address some of these concerns, everything from hunger to emotional concerns in the aftermath.
And if you're watching this and you're feeling like you need a sense of community or togetherness, we do know an event happening tomorrow night. It will be at 6 p.m. It's going to be near the Vel Phillips statue on the state capitol grounds. It's a Boys and Girls Club of Dane County event. They're holding a candlelight vigil tomorrow at 6 p.m. Again, tomorrow night. There's going to be several different lawmakers from the city, the Michael Johnson, the president and CEO of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Dane County. This is really a way for them to provide an outlet for those community members who feel impacted by this, because I think that's something that during times of tragedy, you want that togetherness. You want to feel like you're not alone, and this is a way to do it. Other resources are available too in our community. That's what makes it so great, is that we are trying to help people who might be affected by this, and to let you know that it's okay to need someone to grieve with or to try and process what has happened here.
We do know also we've had a number of lawmakers reaching out, offering different sentiments. We shared Governor Evers, Senator Johnson. I want to let you know we've heard from Speaker Robin Vos, and I'm going to give you a quote from him. Quote, "Today's tragedy is shocking, senseless, and heartbreaking. My thoughts and prayers are with the students, parents, and faculty who will have to live with the trauma and grief of this day for the rest of their lives. There are no words to adequately express condolences to those who have lost loved ones, or to express gratitude for the first responders who were on scene for this violence." This is Speaker Robin Vos, a Republican in our state assembly. We heard from Democrat Mark Pocan, one of our congressmen. So a number of people on both sides of the aisle addressing the violence and also the aftermath and trauma that so many will endure.
And it's going to take time. This is not something that tomorrow the day will go on as normal. For many students in other school districts, for many parents, for teachers, they're all going to be thinking about this tomorrow as they enter their school that isn't Abundant Life Christian School, and that's now a name that you add to the Columbine, you add to the national tragedies that we've had across the country, and it's every parent's worst nightmare, it's every teacher's worst nightmare, and now we are facing it as a community here in Madison. And we join that list that no one wants to be on, of a community affected by a school shooting. And so where do we go from here, I think is the big question, and that hopefully we will get answers in the coming days.
To that point, Madison Mayor Satya Rhodes Conway did, while she offered condolences, she did say, quote, "We need to do better to prevent gun violence." And we're going to hear from her right now directly.
If anyone needs mental health support as a result of this incident and the coverage of it, I encourage them to reach out to 988 by phone or text and to get the mental health support that they need. It is incredibly important that we take care of our community in this very difficult time.
That was the Madison mayor talking about 988. It's a mental health hotline, very accessible if you need any help. Another resource is SUSO, which is a stand up, speak out, speak up, speak out. My brain. So just make sure if you are having conversations and you have a student who expresses to you, boy, I've had a concern, or I'm worried about something, that's another good resource. For those of you who are just joining us as we head into the 4 o'clock hour, want to give a quick overview of what has transpired in the last 5 hours. We do know 3 people died in a school shooting at Abundant Life Christian School. The suspect, a teen student, is dead. 2 others, a teacher and another teen student, are dead. 6 are injured. If you are religious and you want to respond to the school's request for prayers, Pray for the families of those who are dead and the 6 injured, 2 of whom are in critical condition with life-threatening injuries right now, and 4 other students who are in the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries.
And we leave you with an aerial look, just giving you an idea, East Buckeye Road. If this is part of your evening commute, please avoid this area today. East Buckeye Road and South Stoughton Road, this is all blocked off to respond to this school shooting and reunify those students and their parents.
Gabriella, thank you for staying on the desk all afternoon on a difficult day. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you for the top of our newscast at 4.
All right, so you're watching Local News Live here, our coverage from our station WMTV in Madison as they cover the tragic events from the school shooting today in their community, leaving 2 victims dead. The shooter also reported dead by police, saying they found the shooter dead in the school after responding to the calls of the active shooter situation. So we've been monitoring these press conferences throughout the day. We have another one coming up in just about an hour and a half from officials. Again, they have been very good about updating the public about this situation. We know besides the 2 victims here and the shooter that 6 other people were hurt. 2 students said to be still in critical condition with life-threatening injuries. There are 4 students at the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. We don't have a lot of information about the exact ages or the identities of the victims. We do know, though, that 1 teacher and a student are among those 2 people killed there. We know that the shooter's family is also cooperating, according to police, and the investigation is ongoing as all of the students are reunified with their families. A slow process as that has continued throughout the day. This is a K-12 school with just under 400 or so students. From 200 families across the Madison, Wisconsin area. A lot of these folks know each other, obviously. A lot of people in the community very touched by what's happened here today. So stay with us here on Local News Live. We're actually going to take you back to Madison, where they're beginning their latest hour of coverage. Let's rejoin.
A shooter opened fire at Abundant Life Christian School. WMTV's Tabitha Bland joins us right off the top of this newscast 90 minutes after Madison police gave their second press conference regarding today's tragic shooting. Tabitha, fill us in on Chief Sean Barnes and what he shared with the community.
Yeah, we're still at Station 14 on Madison's east side. We're waiting for that next press conference at 5:30. But like you said, we have been here for a couple of hours now. We did hear from Chief Sean Barnes, and we also heard from Fire Chief Chris Carbon. We also heard from Mayor Satya Rhodes Conway and Melissa Agard as well as to what happened. There is just so much information here in this room, so much information that we're not actually sure about yet, but we'll be continuing to stay here and wait for. Here is what we do know, though. 3 are dead, including the student shooter, and 3 big things really stood out to me here while we were working through pages of notes and lots of conversations that were happening. The first is that Chief Barnes did mention that there was not a community resource officer at that school. The second is the focus on mental health moving forward, and while students are, still hospitalized, a few of them, many people will be impacted by this mentally moving forward, and that's something that they're working forward and working proactively for. The biggest thing, though, that I noticed with Chief Barnes and his team is that they said that they felt prepared for their response today.
When officers arrive on the scene, they immediately go in, which we did in this case. Stop the threat, stop the killing, find the killer. That's how we train. And that's exactly what we did today. There's no waiting. There's no coordination of who's in charge. Everyone knows exactly what to do.
Chief Barnes had a heavy heart today, as well as everybody else that spoke with us earlier, and we will continue to hold our spot here, and we will be asking those questions that I know all of you at home and in the studio are wondering. We will work through that information and work to get that to you as soon as we can. The next press conference is set for 5:30 right here. Until then, at Station 14 in Madison, Tabitha Bland, WMTV 15 News. Back.
Tabitha, thank you. MMSD released a statement earlier today regarding the shooting. saying that they are shocked by the tragedy and thinking of those who were injured and killed in this senseless tragedy. Part of the statement reads, quote, "This unimaginable tragedy impacts not just one school, but all of us in the greater Madison community. No one should face these complex emotions in isolation. As a community bound by mutual respect and compassion, we urge everyone to continue looking out for one another, to offer kindness, and to keep the Abundant Life Christian School community in your thoughts." MMSD says they will continue classes as normal tomorrow. They also say there will be resources available to support students, families, and staff. And just to be clear, Abundant Life Christian School is not part of the Madison Metropolitan School District. The Boys and Girls Club of Dane County will be holding a candlelight vigil tomorrow to provide comfort and support to the community. The vigil will be at 6 p.m. at Vel Phillips statue. That's right there on the Capitol Square. Local leaders, including Madison's mayor, the MMSD school superintendent, they will be in attendance. The Boys and Girls Clubs of Dane County is also organizing efforts to support the youth and families impacted by this tragedy. An organization known as Every Town for Gun Safety Support Fund says there have been 5 reported shootings on school grounds this year. That data does not include today's shooting. 2 people died and 1 was injured in those shootings. You're looking at the tally on your screen. Last year, there were 3 which resulted in 1 death. And in 2022, 5 incidents which resulted in 1 death and 5 injuries. Our team coverage continues now with parents who had kids inside the building when those shots rang out. WMTV's Elizabeth Wattis joins us now. Elizabeth, you spoke with a mom who had multiple family members go to the school, including her daughter.
Yeah, not only that, Lee, the mother I talked to went to the school herself. She lived across from the school her entire life, and their family goes to the church still. So a lot of connections to that school. In fact, she also has a family member who works in the school with her 2 young children who go there. So just minutes after the shooting, this particular parent was able to verify that her 2 children were okay. Now, even though they were okay, so much healing has to go on now. The mother told me that regardless, you know, she tells me that this is where her family's faith comes in.
Something that you pray. I mean, I pray with my kids every morning that this won't happen, and it's the world like that we live in, and but God is good, God is gracious, and my kids are safe. Yeah, my family's safe. So
now, I've seen 8 city buses come from the scene that is just about 4 blocks that way. I was on the scene all day, just minutes after the shooting happened, but now you can see that police have this street blocked off. So again, a traffic update for you. This road here, I'm at Stoughton Road and East Buckeye Road. You cannot turn down that way for most vehicles. Police are scanning every car that goes through. Still a very active situation just down the street at that school. But when those buses were coming through, filled with the children, they were housed at the church for safety, and then they were taken all the way over here to be reunited with their family. I was able to peek into those buses, and the small children are always going to stick with me as I saw them. One bus in particular is really going to stick with me. Tiny children coming by, waving and joyous as they were passing, just waving at us. That just shows the innocence of these children and how much work maybe in the next days, weeks, even years they'll have to go through for their healing. But so much innocence could have been taken away today at this school because of this school shooting. Of course, all hands on deck as we wrap this school around us and continue to help them heal and move forward. We will do that as a community. For now, reporting live in Madison, Elizabeth Wattis, WMTV 15 News.
Elizabeth, thank you. Sentiments shared by so many. Governor Tony Evers announced flags will be flying at half-staff in honor of the victims from today's shooting that started immediately, and they will remain at half-staff until sunset on this coming Sunday, the 22nd. Make sure you get the 15 News app for your phone. If you don't have it, it is free to download. It's how I learned about this, a push alert straight to my phone. Any updates about important stories that we are covering. In the case of today, the shooting, the status of those injured, it goes straight to your phone. If you haven't signed up, I would encourage you to do so. Let's take a live look at our Beltline right now. First alert forecast time, and it's a dreary, wet one. We've seen the rain coming and going as our crews have been out reporting live in the elements all afternoon. And First Alert meteorologist Brian Dukes joins us now with a look at the forecast.
Hi, Lee. Yeah, we did have that line of showers, even mixed in with a few snowflakes earlier this afternoon. Fortunately, that has kind of dissipated as the front is moving through. And we should be looking at a calmer scenario as we head through the evening, which will be great news for everyone out and about. Not expecting anything weather-wise that's going to impact anything going on across the area. Temperatures this afternoon have been mild, mid to upper 30s. We're even pushing 40 in Madison. We are into the 40s, Boscobel, Prairie du Chien, right at 40 in Camp Douglas. As the cold front moves through, skies are going to try and clear, but the winds will pick up for a couple of hours this evening. Could even have some wind gusts closer to that 30-mile-an-hour range. I'm tracking a couple snow chances. More on that coming up in your full First Alert forecast.
Dukes, thank you. Next at 4, we head back out to the scene of a deadly school shooting in Madison.
All right, we are continuing to follow the latest here from our station in Madison, Wisconsin, as they continue to gather reaction and details from this school shooting here there that left 2 people dead, and then the third person was that shooter who police say they found dead inside the school. We'll have much more to come here as we learn more about this. Another press conference scheduled in just about an hour and a half. We'll bring that to you live as well. Stay with us. You're watching Local News Live.
Always free. Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
You're watching Local News Live, and we're going to continue with breaking news. 3 people are dead, including a child, several others injured after a shooting at a private Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin. Police say the shooter is one of the 3 people who died. But let's send it out to our team in Wisconsin in our Madison, Wisconsin newsroom. Let's listen in.
We do not know at this time. We have been asking Madison police for more information on those people. We do not know their ages, you know, what grade level they were in, if they were teachers or staff or students. So that's information that likely will come out in the next few hours. The next update from Madison police is at 2:30. So again, this all started at 10:57 this morning, just before 11. That's when police first responded. So they've been on scene for several hours now, and they'll likely continue to be on scene into the evening hours. And so East Buckeye Road, if this is part of maybe your evening commute, if you're watching this and you do not have a connection to the school, that's an area they're asking you to avoid right now, because they want to make sure that they can get first responders to where they need to be, that they can get any federal agencies who are on scene part of this investigation.
Are still in the hospital at this hour. The shooting happened at Abundant Life Christian School today, just before 11. WMTV's Mark McPherson joins us now. Mark, you're following parents who are reuniting with their students this afternoon.
Yeah, and Lee, another busload of students just showed up, so let me step out of the way and show you that right now. These buses have been coming about every half hour since about 1:30 in the afternoon. They started with the youngest children from that school, and they've been getting gradually older and older as these buses have shown up. Just about an hour ago, the first set of parents left with kids, the smallest kids. Some of them, the younger children, didn't have coats. That's how hectic I'm sure the scene was. Parents loaning them their coats as they were leaving this building. But it has been a steady flow of parents being reunified with their children. It's going to take a while. The police chief said this is going to be a process. He said not only do they want to reunify all of the students with their parents, but they want to make sure all of the students are accounted for, and that's going to take a while. They did say the school is clear and there is no danger there, but they didn't say whether all of the students are out of the building yet. And again, another bus showed up just about 10 minutes ago. We're going to stay on scene and keep you updated as this reunification process continues throughout the day. Reporting live in Madison, Mark McPherson, WMTV 15 News.
Mark, thank you. At the most recent press conference, Madison Mayor Satya Rhodes Conway and Dane County Executive Melissa Agard also spoke, thanking first responders and reacting to the tragedy.
As a mom who received a text from her son at a high school here in the city of Madison wondering if he was safe, I can tell you, this hits you in the gut.
I hoped that this day would never come in Madison. It is not something that any mayor, any fire chief, any police chief, any person in public office ever wants to have to deal with.
Both local leaders also emphasized a push to the community to come together to support those impacted and to prevent future tragedies. Chief Barnes also noted today that their crews train for incidents like today's. Some crews even came straight from their training center to respond when that call came in.
We have a special event team medics, those that work with the fire department, responded to this particular scene from their training day. So what began as a training day became an actual day.
Barnes noted that the training center is about 3 miles from that school. And again, a reminder, you can download the WMTV 15 News app and stay updated with us online at WMTV15news.com for updates as we continue to follow this story. There will be a number of updates, not only in the hours, but in the days ahead. Still ahead here at 4, we talk with parents who are still waiting to be reunited with their kids.
And tracking a cooler but more active stretch of weather, what it means for snow chances in your First Alert forecast.
Local News Live.
We're here to advocate for human rights.
The only network with more than 100 local newsrooms across the country.
As well has released a statement. He writes, quote, "We are praying for the kids, educators, and the entire Abundant Life school community as we wait more information." Let's go now to our Tim Elliott, if he is available. He says that he has a parent who has been, who is waiting to speak with him. Tim, are you available right now? Looks like there's a parent talking.
Yes, I'm available. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just stopped and talked with this parent right here. Bethany, do you mind if I grab you real quick and chat with you? Okay. You're a parent here of a student at Abundant Life Christian Church. Can you tell us what happened here this morning?
I don't have a lot of information. I just know there was an active shooter, and that's about it. I really don't have a ton to say. All I know is that it was a traumatic experience that I had to get here as soon as possible, as close as I possibly could. And that's about it. I mean, I know that my daughter is safe from what I've heard, and I have a peace in knowing that. My heart and my prayers go out to everyone affected in this, all the parents, the children.
Did you get a chance to speak with your daughter?
I did have a brief second that I did get to talk to her.
And what was that like?
Surreal. You don't think you're gonna go through this, you know, and like I've said before, I bring my daughter to school knowing well that this happens in the world, that people are struggling, and I pray for my daughter's safety. I pray for the entire school's safety. I pray for the hearts of the students, the teachers, the staff members. It's a very real thing, and I'm very aware that the world is like this, but my faith lies in God alone, and I have that peace knowing that He is gracious to us. And
Buckeye Road. You've been talking with people who tell you they just want to hug their loved ones.
Yeah, neighbors here who I've spoken with are also family members of students who are in the school at the time. You can see earlier this afternoon, I was talking with a grandfather and an uncle of a student who was in the school at the time. This is Ed Downs and David Downs. They arrived here on the corner the same time we've been here since 11 a.m. It was emotional for them. The two were trying to support each other, all while sitting and waiting to find out what had happened. Now, they had been communicating with their grandson's mother, who said that she had been texting with her son, so they were a bit relieved to find out that he had survived, but still knowing this happened just blocks from where they live comes as a big shock to them.
And it was shocking to know it was right so close to home, and the realization that it can, indeed now we know it can happen anywhere. That's the thing that's so frightening, and it did.
Coming up at 5, I'll talk more with that family about exactly what the emotions were running through their head when they found out their grandson was all right. Live in Madison, Marcus Arsville, WMTV 15 News.
And we also spoke with the executive director of the National Association for School Resource Officers, who provides insight into the next steps for a community after this tragedy.
The forgotten victims in these situations many times are the survivors. You think about the students who were in the building today when this happened. The survivors are victims also, and we have to remember that they and their families are going to need help through this as well.
He explained that mental health services are going to be heavily needed and relied on in the coming days as people process today's event. It's a sentiment we heard shared not only by our police chief, but also our mayor and county executive.
And now, your first alert forecast from 15 News.
It's going to happen. It's always going to happen. There's always a why. There's always kids that need something. The mental health in this country needs to change. God needs to be put first and foremost. He is good all the time, and I will stand on that. Nobody can prepare for the devastation that you're going to feel in your life, but one thing is true, and that's what I stand by.
All right, Bethany, thank you so much.
Bethany, are these conversations you've had with your kids in the past? I mean, have there been drills? Is this something that your child maybe had prepared for?
And you're listening to our station in Madison, Wisconsin. Tim Elliott there from our newsroom speaking to a mom who got the call that her child was at that school when the shooting happened. She says it was surreal. One word, surreal, and she's relying on her faith to get her through. You can just imagine what that phone call was like. And this is what's playing out today. We've got this just terrible breaking news story about this school shooting in Madison, Wisconsin. 3 people are dead, including the shooter, and several people taken to the hospital. Of course, our Madison, Wisconsin newsroom is on the scene, and they're following every development. We're going to continue bringing you the latest on this breaking news, but for now, we're going to take a quick break. You're watching Local News Live.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free, always on localnewslive.com.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my 3rd child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves
By saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live.
That a kid or an educator might wake up and go to school one morning and never come home. Wisconsin State Superintendent Dr. Jill Underly also released a statement writing, quote, "This tragedy is a stark reminder that we must do more to protect our children and our educators to ensure that such horrors never happen again." We'll be right back.
This all happened in Madison, Wisconsin earlier today. Police got that call for an active shooter at the Abundant Life Christian School at 10:57 a.m. That is Central Time. When they got there, they found multiple people suffering from gunshot wounds. They say that they train to be able to deal with these types of situations almost quarterly, and the last time they did an active school shooter drill was 2 weeks ago. They did say that they located a juvenile deceased in the building, a child, and that was the person who was the shooter. They're saying that several people went to area hospitals. We did hear from several people from our Madison, Wisconsin newsroom. We have reporters on the scene right now. One of our reporters, Tim Elliott, spoke to a mom who got the call that her child was okay. You can imagine what that call must have been like. He asked her what it was like. She said it was surreal. That really she's relying on her faith to get through. Again, just to recap for you, 3 people are dead. Several people are hurt after a shooting in Madison, Wisconsin. We'll continue to follow this. You're watching Local News Live. Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my 3rd child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves
By saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Focus, we're taking a look at how the city of Nashville could soon be using artificial intelligence to help lower the amount of waste. Local News Live correspondent Dryden Quigley talked with the Department of Waste Services to see how it works and what people think about it.
This is our recycling bin.
Alex Hornsby says she tries to do her part.
It has the really nice sticker on top of it.
Being careful to separate what she can and can't put in the recycling bin.
For the most part, we're really good about recycling cardboard and cans and breaking them down so that they fit in the trash can and recycling can.
But it can be tricky. Some don't realize you can't recycle things like plastic bags, or food waste will accidentally get mixed in, slowing down the whole process.
Recycling is very complicated. We know that. That's okay. We don't want residents to, feel upset about that. We want to help them.
That's why the city wants to get AI involved, hoping to bring down our contamination rate from where it is right now at 21% to closer to the national average of 17%. The way it works is that when recyclables are dumped from here into a truck, a camera on that truck would record everything that's going inside and identify anything that's not recyclable.
This technology will identify it, send us a notification as well as a geolocation so that we can then send out mailers to that resident to let them know, hey, this is not something that you can put in your bin. Make sure you don't do it next time.
Alex says it would help her avoid mistakes and hopes it would deter people from throwing non-recyclables into her bins.
A lot of people walk over to them, just like walking through the alley, and dump whatever into both of them. So I can see how easily it can get contaminated. So it would honestly be a good idea.
Now, Metro Council voted and approved the measure to allow them to be a part of this pilot program. We'll keep you updated on how effective the AI program is.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
It took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
This is Amplified, and I'm Rashida Kaba. Earlier, we told you about the maternal mortality rate being 3 times higher for Black women than white women, and how it's caused so many to rethink how they want to give birth. Now we're introducing you to a mom in Texas who's had 3 different birthing experiences, including a hospital, a birthing center, and from the comfort of her own home. As she awaits the arrival of her 4th child, she's using her platform online to share her birthing experience. Welcome Jade Godbold. She's a mom, a social media influencer, and a wife in Dallas, Texas. And Jade, I know when we spoke earlier, you told me about how your first birth, which was in a hospital, you talked about the statistics and how that made you want to go to the hospital, and that particular hospital asked that you take parenting classes. And that is where you finally were introduced to a midwife, and then you ended up having your second birth at a birthing center. Tell me a little bit about how that experience shaped your birthing experience.
Absolutely. So when I was in a hospital, I was fortunate enough to have a midwife deliver my child, which is actually pretty rare in a hospital setting. And so as I was introduced to different forms and different types of birth plans, I realized that I had a lot of options outside of just going in and getting an epidural and kind of doing that whole process. I knew that I wanted to have the most holistic experience possible with my birth at the hospital. So when it came to my son and actually going the birth center route, I had such a positive experience at the hospital with the midwife that I knew that I wanted to go even further. And I ended up having an incredible water birth experience with no medication, and it completely changed my outlook on birth.
Yeah, I know that second experience specifically is the one that kind of made you decide, when I have my third baby, I'm going to do this one from the comfort of my home. But you also mentioned that you had to be healthy enough. And I think that might be the misconception, is that anybody can have a home birth. Talk a little bit about that.
I actually did have gestational diabetes with my first daughter. And so that did technically consider me to be high risk at the hospital. But even as I went into my second birth at the birth center, technically I wasn't considered high risk at that time. And so depending on whether or not you're a candidate for a home birth or birth center, is going to be up to your doctor, your midwife that you're working with, for them to determine whether you're a low or high risk pregnancy.
Yeah, you talked a little bit about your experience with your midwife. And one of the things I thought was interesting was that you said the relationship you had with her was a spiritual one. And that's something that a lot of times you're not able to have with a doctor. So could you talk about your experience and your relationship with your midwife?
We did all of our prenatal visits at my home. And so not only did we sit together and talk baby and pregnancy and how I'm feeling, but we also discussed life and the things we believed in. And she was also a mom. And so she really became integrated into my family, and I consider her a sister. And so even though our home birth was a little different because she didn't quite make it to the birth, but with my fourth child that I'm pregnant with now, she is still our midwife, and she's still walking with me through this journey. And prayerfully, she is actually at the birth this time.
Yes, we're certainly wishing you all the best, and congratulations are in order. I know you said you're having your fourth child. Thank you so much, Jade Godwalt, for joining us here on Local News Live and on Amplified.
Thank you so much.
Well, you're watching Amplified. I'm Rashida Kaba.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national